because he allowed them to pass that the war is already ended, they might as well fight to the last man as brave soldiers. That's why they fought. So to come back to the question, what should we do when we are confronted with that? In the heat of the battle, the Biafran army commander had to ask the people who are accusing the officers of saboteurs, this is not what we should be doing. This is probably a plan by the Nigerian army or the Nigerians to destabilize us. This is why we are fighting. If you have any alternative suggestion, make it now. And if you're so tired of fighting that everybody's a saboteur, you better go away, go home, go and rest, and let those who want to fight to come and fight. So part of the cure for the saboteurs that we had then was dealt at the local level by the officers in charge. Some of them were beaten up. Some were shot at, some were killed. But they had to try and do what is right. So where we are confronting in any struggle to restore Biafra, where you have people sabotaging our struggle, the most important thing is to have the data to say, to refute, I counter whatever it is they're saying such and such a person did. This leadership did that. This coordinator did that. This secretary did this. Where is the evidence? Bring the evidence before you open your mouth. That's it. Someone said, engage your mind, engage your brain before you release your tongue. Bring the evidence.
All right.
Ask for evidence, okay? Before we act. Then we're going to carry on going round and round the houses, if you see what I mean. So there's a need to evolve to get to the level where someone says something against your brother, say, show me the evidence. Or forever, don't talk about it. Because all you're doing is destabilizing us. If that person shows the evidence, then we see it. If we don't see it, then you're trying to weaken the resolve of other people. So we have to get to the level where we demand evidence before we act. That's my suggestion.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. And of course, this is where we will leave it. And we thank you so much for this expose. And of course, we are looking forward towards next week for yet another Biafra History Lesson 101. Thank you so much, and remain blessed, Doctor.
God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you too. All right, there you have it. That has been Biafra History Lesson 101 here on Radio Biafra. And of course, we're talking part 10 here. And you have heard the doctor. And of course, in his closing, and I thank my brother who have asked that question, you know, people have formed this habit. And this is what is actually going on here. In IPOB at the moment, people are experts in framing and labeling others. And of course, when you ask them to prove or show you the evidence of their allegation, they will be found wanting. If you must allege, please provide evidence, because he who alleges must be able to substantiate that which they are alleges. If you cannot substantiate your allegation, shut your mouth, because we will not be acting like people who are in the ages. I mean, people who are in the olden days. I mean, this day and age, we believe so much in evidence so that we can take the right decision. If we must discipline somebody, we need a proof, we need evidence. We will not just do it by your mere allegation. There has to be evidence to what you are saying. All right, this is where we will leave it, and I thank you all for listening. It has been indeed a constructive argument here on Radio Biafra, and I thank the good doctor for joining me, and of course he will be here once again next week to do the needful. From me, and of course from here, I say, may God bless Biafrans all around the world. May God bless our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. May God keep him. May God continue to protect and guide him until he is released as soon as possible, because the time to release him, that time is now. He has been there for too long and has no reason to continue being in that incarceration because the courts, I'm talking the competent court, has set him free. And of course, there is no reason why he should not be released. And whatever it is that the zoo called Nigeria is doing, they are doing in vain. Excuse me. Because even the court of law has spoken and they must obey their own law. Nigeria must obey their own law and ensure that our leader, Mazi Kanu, is allowed to go, allowed to walk free. Because Buhari even said it himself, that Mazi Kanu must go and answer, that the court must decide. Now the court have decided. All right, from me, from here, it is goodbye and God bless Biafra. All over the world is ready too. Doctor, let's do this.
Greetings. From part 4, because the last part we were talking about the killing fields. We mentioned Katsina, we mentioned Kaduna. Today we're going to briefly mention Kanji Dam and Kanu. The reason I'm talking about the killings in the north, because it was the actual killings that triggered the declaration of Biafra, because there was no trust for anywhere in Nigeria where the people of Eastern origin could safely call their own without being killed. And if we fail to understand that history, then it's difficult to understand why Biafra was declared. The people will have a different narrative and blame us for being killed. So let me go straight into it. So the reason why I'm going on about it is because it was documented. It's not hearsay. It's not what my relative told me. This was a government-led instruction to be written down in front of a high court judge, Justice Onuke's tribunal. They recorded the survivors' tale of what happened to them. It took them 49 days. They had evidence from 253 survivors. They exhibited 498 exhibits. They traveled from Enugu, Onitsha, Aba, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Oyo, Ugoja, gathering evidence and detailing and recording them. So no one would turn around and say, this thing didn't happen. This was before we went into Biafran War. So, without further ado, and I urge you all to read it. It's called The Massacre of Ndibo, 1966. So one day it is my hope that every school child, at least in the Biafran setting, would have read it, understood it. So there'll be no more lies about what happened to us. Let me talk about the 4 Ks. I mentioned Kaduna, Katsina. Today's turn is Kanji Dam. Now, where's Kanji Dam? Kanji Dam is around Ilorin where the Italian firm called Impreglio SPA was building a dam for Nigeria to generate electricity. We're still waiting for the electricity in Nigeria. Anyway, so that was back in the 60s. They employed about 6,000 Easterners at this Kanji Dam construction. This was one of the sites of the worst slaughters for people of Eastern origin. This is what happened. It was a combined operation between the police and the civilians. The most important witness was somebody called Clement Obiefuna, who recorded what happened to the situation. So it's not a hearsay, an eyewitness. The most important witness was somebody called Clement Obiefuna, who recorded what happened to the situation. So it's not a hearsay, an eyewitness.
Take You become slaves just because you decided to be Christians. Did you decide to be a Christian? African spirituality is the recognition of the fact that the African was not created as an inferior human being. In fact, the African was the first person to have set foot on this planet they call Earth. Why is it that we have abandoned the plain truth and we are following falsehood? African spirituality will guide us on our journey to know ourselves. As we were in the beginning, our ancestors did. So that is what African spirituality will teach you. Know thyself. We are living in a society where things which are ours, we no longer respect them. We respect things which are brought from outside. We have reggae, like Bob Marley says, we have reggae back into slavery. And Pope Nicholas V issued a paper bull, that was a decree, telling all Christians that perpetually enslave people who are not Christians. Why? You sure? The decree which made your ancestors and other slaves was issued by Pope Nicholas V. And he gave authorization to the Portuguese to go and arrest and enslave people.
Because they are not Christians.
Yes, they claim they were not Christians. And you dance around here and call yourself Christians. And the brutalization of the black race, the oppression, suppression, and stealing of the knowledge system of black people were promoted by the so-called Christians. You got where we have reached. China, India, Japan, and all these people are not Christians. Why? And they are developing. And we are Christians. Coincidentally, we have a leader who says that he is going to build a cathedral. Meanwhile, we have so many churches there. You look into Accra and you study the population of so-called Christians. And you will see that Ghana, we are very, very developed in stupidity. We are going backwards. Every time you will have a painting of the devil, what color? Black. Every time you will have a painting of the angel, is white. And they continue teaching you that, and you continue accepting that one. Are you not enslaving your mind, your children, your children's children? What is wrong with the African?
Papa, please, so are you saying that we've become slaves just because we decided to be Christians?
Ojofo Ghana lili Chukwu okike abịa ma chi nna nna anyị ochie Chinafu na Ifeafụ na nzuzo anyị ekene gị. Chukwu onye kere ihe niile mana onwere ihe kere ya, ekene m unu. Ọbasi bi n'eluigwe ekene m gị. Chi nna nna anyị ochie ekene m. Asị m na ọmụwa bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo, ọzọ eme nte eme imo. Nwa bụ ugwu nwane ka anyị ike iji m n'ụmụ uche ugwu eze n'ọnụ ọgba n'ike. Asị m na ekene m unu na ekene dike na nke mere eme ike adịghị ime ọzọ. Chukwu okike abịa ma Chukwu kere ihe niile mana onwere ihe kere ya. Chi nna nna anyị ochie Chinafu na Ifeafụ na nzuzo. Chukwu mara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Chukwu mmụọ, mmụọ ka mmụọ. Chukwu agbara, Chukwu arụkwụsị niile. Chukwu eke, Chukwu orie, Chukwu afọ, Chukwu nkwọ, akpọkọ ụmụ tata bụ ụbọchị afọ. Asị m n'ahịa taa bụ ụbọchị afọ. N'ahịa taa ga-afụpụla anyị anya ndị ilo, fụpụla anyị ụbịam, fụpụla anyị ogbenye, fụpụla anyị ọnwụ, fụpụla anyị ụchụ, fụpụla anyị ndị ilo, ma fụtara anyị nnwere onwe, fụtara anyị ndụ, fụtara anyị udo, fụtara ụmụ Igbo niile ndụ, fụtara anyị udo, fụtara anyị ọganiru, ma fụnata Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwu okike abịama, asị m na ụmụ Igbo niile ebe Igbo bidoro na ebe Igbo kwụsịrị na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ka a na-akpọku gị oku wee sị gị bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efogo. Asị m na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye ndị Igbo niile. Taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye ụmụ Biafra niile. Na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma wee nye ụmụ IPOB niile. Na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m na-eji anaba isi ije akụfesi ọdala awọ. Chukwu okike abịama, agbara na-agbara onye ukwu agbara onye nta, ụkpaka na-agba n'oge nke ya gaa n'ogwu, ọchụla gị zọgbu enyi, ọkwa gị bara na-azụ nwa, igirigo ọgụ mmụọ, ọtụfa na ọfọ ndị mmụọ, ugwu a na-arị atụ egwu, ọgbara nkịta okwu jere n'ọnụ ya. Asị m na tata na chi jiri eji efuola. Mụọ bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba arịọ gị, Chukwu okike abịama, arịọ m gị ndụ n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile, n'isi ụmụ Biafra, n'isi Nnamdi Kanu. Ọya ka m wetara ọjị a ka unu bịa nabata ya bụ ọjị. Ọkwa na okirikiri ka ọ na-agba ukwu ose na ọ naghị arị ya enu. Ha sị m na okirikiri ka ndị ilo ga-agba anyị na ha agaghị enweta anyị. Nọọ nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu. Na nkirikiri ka ndị ilo ga na-ekiri anyị na ha ga-afụ anyị anya. Chukwu okike abịama, ọbasi bi n'eluigwe, osebụrụ ụwa, chi nna nna anyị ochie, chi na-afụ na ifafụ na nzuzo, Chukwu mara onye obi ya dị ọcha na onye aka ya dị ọcha. Akpọkọ ụmụ gị, asị m na oji ọfọ ga-analịlị, na nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Nwoke na-akpọ Chukwu okike abịama, nwaanyị na-akpọ Chukwu okike abịama. Chukwu asị m na ị maara onye na-akpọ gị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu. Asị m na ọkpara gị bụ Nnamdi Kanu nọ n'ime ụlọ mkpọrọ na-ata afụfụ. Ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị eke, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị orie, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị afọ, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị nkwọ. Asị m gị dododo ga napụta Nnamdi Kanu. Na Nnamdi Kanu bụ ọnụ na-ekwuru ndị Igbo, ọnụ na-ekwuru mba niile. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ, Chukwu okike abịama, asị m gị dododo napụtara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Tinye ugo, nye ya ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ, mee ka ọnụ niile kwuru njọ n'isi ya tụgharịa ikwu mma. Chukwu okike abịama, eze nwanyị mmiri, oke osimiri, osimiri ọgba, isi ọgba ncheta ncha, akpọkọ m unu. Eze nwanyị anike wawa, oke arụsị na n'ike, asị m na ojiro nwaanyị aga anyị. Ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba, aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme imo. Asị m na ọmụ na-akpọ unu. Si unu bịa dododo bịa na bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efuola. Akpọkọ ụmụ gị eze nwanyị idodi ikwune m, eze nwanyị nwee na-ebu ngwu nge n'ụzọ oke ngwu bi n'agụ, anyị ọnọgba ugwu ọnọgba, isi ọgba ọnọgba, akpọkọ ụmụ unu. Anyị teta ncha akpọkọ ụmụ unu, anyị Igbo niile akpọkọ ụmụ unu. Eze nwanyị Amambala, eze nwanyị osimiri Njaba, ọnwụ unu nwoke na-akpọ unu. Eze nwanyị Ebonyi, asị gị bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efuola. Bịa tara ọjị n'isi Nnamdi Kanu, bịa tara ọjị n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile. Ebe Igbo bidoro na ebe Igbo kwụsịrị, bịa tara ọjị n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile. Nye anyị mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke anyị. Nye anyị mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke anyị. Nye Nnamdi Kanu mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke ya. Bịa tụnye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ, nye ya ike n'elu ike, kpuchite ya dịka ọkụkụ si ekpuchi ụmụ ya. Akpọkọ ụmụ unu oku, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ na-afụ na ifafụ na nzuzo, mmụọ na-edu anyị eje, mmụọ anyị na ya so wee bi ụwa, mmụọ n'ụwa anyị, mmụọ n'ụwa Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Ana m akpọ unu oku, asị m unu binyenu, mmụọ obi ugadi, asị m unu binyenu, mmụọ agụrụ, asị m unu binyenu, mmụọ kama na ọsụsụ, oke mmụọ na Abia steeti, asị m unu binyenu.
He said. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. Today is the 19th day of November 2022. We are here live and direct. The day that we dedicate to discussions on religious issues. Therefore, we will never shy away, because this is one of the most important parts of the restoration effort, to restore our brains, our mentalities back to who we are. That is what we do here. We are not causing any religious war. We are not trying to do something that will cause problem. No. What we are doing, we are trying to save ourselves. When you want to save yourself, your detractor, the enemy, will say you want to cause war. After all, that is what they told our leader when he started talking about Biafra. No, don't cause war. You are causing war. War. Call for Biafra is call for war. But is call for Biafra really call for war? The answer is no. They are using all these things in order to try to intimidate. It's a part of intimidation by the imperialists. That is the truth. When you bring out the reality, as a subjugated person, they will start telling you, why do you want to be free? This man, these people, it's a call for war. It's a call for war because you want to change the status quo. They are not happy about it. They did it to our leader, and he insisted. And today, people now understood that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, after all, wasn't calling for war. Only what he's calling for is our liberation, the restoration of Biafra. That is what we are doing here. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you. Today is Obochiafo, to welcome your friends and well-wishers. This is where we preach enlightenment. Sometimes you might not be happy with the way we preach it, but the most important thing is be neutral in your thinking. You know what we are trying to do here? We are trying to push you into subjecting everything to the altar of reason. I used to repeat it here. To whatever we say here, go and make researches and think about it. That is how we start reasoning like human beings that we are supposed to be. I have said it. Do not reason or try to reason like a Christian. Do not try to reason like a Muslim. Do not try to reason like a Hindu or a Buddhist or a traditionalist. Reason just simply like a human being. Finish. And the scales in your eyes or your brains will start falling down. And that is enlightenment, illumination. That scales that prevented light from entering into that skull, that part of your medulla oblongata that you think you don't need. Light, it will be illuminated, and you start reasoning in another way. That is what we provoke here. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you once again. Tata Bobo Chafo. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Before I continue, I will bring in Nwada. Please, Nwada, come in before I continue.
Good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. My name's Marien T. Haider. I am from Umunoha. Umunoha is in Nnamdi local government. But today, I'll be speaking from United States. I send my utmost respect to Mazi Ohamadike wherever he is. I continue to pray for his sanity. I continue to pray for his health. I continue to believe that he's coming out very soon. I send my utmost and sincere respect to DOS, headed by HOD, Mazi Edoziem. I thank everyone as we have come again one more time today, Saturday, for us to together reason, interact, ask questions, go deeper inside our inner thoughts to understand why we as Africans, Biafrans, Igbos, pinpointing it there, are the where we are. What are the things that are holding us bound? This is what we're dealing. To untangle ourselves from whatever thing that has been holding us down, unless we do not believe that we're in bondage. That is why we are here. That's the mission, because only us can save ourselves. Nobody can. So let me yield back and let us go forward to the day's program. God bless you all.
Nwada, we must continue. Before I continue, just few news headlines I will read. I will also start by reiterating on people stop being a weapon or a tool to criminality in our land. Please. It doesn't matter who is sending you money or who is sending you, or who you think you are working for, or you think you are working for yourself. Let me tell you, what you are doing, you are working for the caliphate. You understand? When you are bringing criminality in our land, what you are doing, you are fulfilling the wishes of the caliphate. It doesn't matter. Stop kidnapping our people. Stop killing our people, because you have gone. Our leader have made it clear that we shouldn't be killing those that we are serving. It is irrational. It doesn't matter who call you from anywhere and tell you continue what you are doing. Do not listen to them. He is sending you on a mission to scatter our land. You might think that you are doing it, oh, it's your business, you are hijacking cars, you know, and selling and making business. That is not business. What you are doing is even worse than what Ifajuna did during the war. And nobody in our land, in Igbo land, has a surname today, Ifajuna. You understand? Because of the attitude, the single action of a single person. So please, criminality is not or should never be allowed in our land. Any person that is telling you that give us money, call you on phone and say it's ESN, are you supporting, how much are you going to use to support ESN, IPOB? Know that it's a criminal. If you can trap the person, do that with the village. Tell the village vigilante, let them go after that person or group of people, because there is no space for criminality in IPOB in what we are doing. Our leader said it clearly. Anytime you allow criminality to enter IPOB, say bye-bye to Biafra. That is not what we are here for. We are not here to make money. What we are, all of us, we are army of volunteers. You understand? So there is nothing like money is not our focus, because if you bring money to be a focus, I'm telling you honestly, say bye-bye to Biafra, of which we cannot afford to do that. Therefore, we must continue. Let me quickly go, because time is against us and we need to preach this gospel, honestly. One of the news headlines: Fulani militia kill 1, injure 8, and burn down 19 houses in Plateau community 24 hours after murder of 9 family. They are on the rampage. Have you ever seen where the Nigerian military, kill Fulani and brought them and put gun and to showcase them, calling Channels Television to come and these are Fulani militia or Fulani terrorists? Have you ever had it? Have you ever seen it? because the Nigerian government is supporting, that is, they are the people that are sponsoring the Fulani militia. Look at in Plateau, in the region of Danjuma and Gawon, those that we are hustling, oh, they are fighting for Nigeria. They killed Biafra. They killed Biafrans. The Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate used them. The Fulani Caliphate used them. Today, their villages, their communities are ransacked every day. People should understand that there are horrible crimes going on in northern Nigeria, every part of northern Nigeria, and even in the middle belt, by the Fulani terrorists. But all these things are underreported. But we must continue. Okay, I will go on another news headline. National Assembly commissioned by past senior official Akobweze and appoints Tambuwal as acting clerk. That is the Nigeria we are. After Akobweze and appoints Tambuwal as acting clerk. That is the Nigeria we are. After somebody that merits a position, it is his merit. His name is Akobweze. But they left him. The National Assembly Commission has created confusion with its appointment of Magaji Tambuwal as the acting clerk of the National Assembly, while reportedly bypassing the most senior official in the management, Chinedu Akobweze. It's an Igbo man. It's a Biafran. So, what will happen? Why will he get that position? Whereas the Fulani, Nigeria belongs to the Caliphate. But this person now, go and meet him. He will tell you now, he will continue. He will tell you now, he will continue. The Ohanese don't see. They say, oh, we are talking about Biafra. We are causing war. This and that. Thank God that no person is talking about Biafra as a call for war again. No more. Because we have consistently made them to understand the reality that the call for the restoration, the quest for the restoration of Biafra is not a call for war. Reason has prevailed. That is it. So we must continue. This man, Chinedu Akobweze, he will keep quiet as a slave and move on. We gotta move on. We gotta move on. That is the reality. And the Fulani person is there. That is why you see, like yesterday I talked about the security agencies. The Nigerian security agencies are being headed by mostly the Fulanis. Out of 11, 2 are Yoruba, all others are Fulani from the north. And it's no problem. But what surprises me is that these are the Fulani. They are the people that will come and start calling us, tribalists. We are nepotists. I've said this. These people, they know how to do things. They are the people, they will be chopping off your head, they will be beating you, and they will cry more than you. That is their strategy. We understand that. And we will continue. National Assembly commissioned by past senior official Chinedu Akobweze and appoints Tambuwal Magaji. Why wouldn't they appoint him? Go and tell that to Chinedu Akobweze. Tell him now. He will tell you about Biafra. He will tell you, oh, no, leave. No, leave. Because he's getting crumbs. He's getting crumbs. That is the only thing. So he prefer to be like that instead of solving the problem or facing the reality. No. We are not slaves and we should never be. Okay. Nigeria Finance Ministry requests $8.92 million World Bank loan to buy furniture, stationery, and others. Do you see how bad it is? The Nigeria Finance Ministry, they are requesting $8.92 million of loan, World Bank loan, in order to buy furniture, stationery, and other things, to make purchases. Do you see how bad it is? A country that of 218 million plus, they borrow money to pay workers. No human resources development, nothing. They borrow money to buy furnitures. And tomorrow you'll be asking why, they relegate you to the background as a Nigerian. You are asking. You want your right. People that knows their right only outside. Okay. The last but not the least. A report says thousands of Christian lives lost in rising tide of murderous attacks, kidnappings, and brutality by the three linked extremist terror groups in northern Nigeria. Thousands of Christian lives in northern Nigeria. Is your Pope or Archbishop of Canterbury talking? Oh, even he wants you to all die because they know that you are stupid. That's it. Does anybody care? Does anybody care for you? No. But you are belonging to Christian church. Does it make any difference? The answer is no. They kill you. They have said you are the lamb. You are supposed to be a lamb. A lamb for slaughter. That is how they program you to be. It is time for us to save ourselves from this rubbish. Well, I don't know whether you have anything to add before I move on, please.
No, Mazi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. We must continue. As we all know, the topic of our submission will continue on upholding our values. We must preach this gospel. Upholding our values, part 5. And in that, there are pertinent questions that we should answer. What are those questions? Did Christianity introduce God to us? Did Christianity introduce God to us? That is the first question. The second question is, do these foreign religions have monopoly of God? Do they have monopoly of God? We will answer them. But as I said before, remember, what we are doing is to bring up historical facts and analysis. Many things that we are not privileged to know. Many things that we are hidden from us, and we were swimming in the ocean of stupidity. There was the clip I played before. The man said, with all this, he's a Ghana man. He's a Ghanaian. He said Ghana is highly developed, but in stupidity. Because churches, people don't even understand, they don't know the religion they are inside. In foreign religion, they are being pushed, intimidated to be inside. They don't know. Let me tell you, we must preach this gospel. We must. Okay. First of all, I want to, we have been talking about values. Let us define value. It is the regard that something is held to deserve. The importance, worth, or usefulness of something. Holding something to high esteem. That is value. You value it. Our value. Now, upholding our values means holding our natural selves, including our capabilities, our unity, spirituality, etc., to a high esteem. We should refuse to be what the foreign colonists programmed us to be. That is what we do here. Because there is no no-go area in this restoration. We must first of all be free mentally. You know, when we say this, because people want the status quo, the same thing we are accustomed to hearing. I was watching something somebody sent to me, a congregation, a church. You know, with thousands of people as members, the pastor was, you know, they are happy. When they are telling, demonizing our, is a traditionalist, so it's demonic. People were shouting, clapping. When they demonize our value, people were happy. People are happy. They clap, they laugh, you know, they cast it out more and more and openly. In a town, I mean, in a morning cry or morning devotion, the one they use megaphone in the morning to disturb people. They will demonize you, unbelievers. People, they are happy. It's not calling for religious war. No. But when we preach our own gospel, people say that no, we want to stir up religious trouble. Do you see how the imperialists work? How they behave? They must impose on you. You must remain how you are. How they want you to be. You must not rise up or think another way around. No. That way they programmed us to be, they want us to remain there. If you want to shake out, they say, no. You are trying to cause war. Do you see what we are suffering? Do you see it? Okay. The Europeans never introduced God to us. Rather, they introduced their own God to us and forced us via violence, intimidation, financial inducement and privileges, etc., to make us believe or intimidate us believe in their version of God, thereby turning against our own spirituality and values. We started using their religion and God as our standard, which was not supposed to be. You know, I thought about this. I said, but all this, this is a true God. What is the standard? Where do you derive the standard of a true God and this and that God? How do you derive the standard? You are born into this planet Earth somewhere in a location. And there are things that are going on there. Highest thing you can do, contribute to ameliorate, remove. If there are elements of bad things that are inside that tradition, you remove it. But condemning and turning against who you are, that is evil. It's evil. Because nobody has a monopoly of God. Nobody, you cannot come now to tell me, I'm not worshiping a true God. How do you define the true God? On what standard? That is the question I used to ask. Ask it to all these people now, they run away. On what standard? Who gave you, do you know God? Who gave you the audacity? Who gave you the authority in order to standardize God, that entity you call God? You know, what we say here, I want people to reason. I want to poke your reasoning capability. Why people they come, they say no. Oh, these people they are barbarians. They are savages worshiping idol. And I ask, what is idol? What is an idol? How do you? This is just a language, a language. Do you understand? Now they standardize God. How? Who gave them that authority to standardize? How do you measure God? On what scale? Whose scale? All these things are in our tradition. We shouldn't impose our way of life to others. It is Ewebere Ugobere. That is the thing. I cannot come and condemn Nkono Nambage. No, it is impossible. Who gave me that authority? We are all in this earth together as human beings. The only thing is that you find yourself in another location. I found myself in another location. Why should you come and demonize my way of life? All these things, we should understand it. Okay. With what standard do we measure the entity called God? That is a question. None. Every people see it in their own way. That entity you call God, you see it in their, you see that entity through your own prism, your own vision, your own way of life. Do you see? But problems come when each mainstream religion sees their own God or religion as the only true God. This is laughable. Honestly speaking, this is laughable. You know, this is simply imperialism, supremacy mentality. Do you understand me? It's just simple supremacy mentality. Oh God, you didn't, you don't know God, you don't see God. Is what your conception, your belief, your tradition, the traditional way you believe, they make you believe in what you call God. Now you come to impose it on me, mocking my own, that no, I'm not serving a true God or a living God. Who tell you that? Who tell you that? Who tell you that? That is simply imperialism and supremacy mentality. Every nation, tribe, or kingdom has their own peculiar view of the entity we call God. It is just like the food we eat all over the world. Though prepared in different ways by different people according to their different traditions and locations, and with different ingredients, the basic fact is that all the different traditional foods contain the basic nutrients needed by the body: carbohydrates, protein, and other mineral elements. You know? Therefore, nobody has the right to condemn or banish other people's foods. The same way, no religion has the monopoly of God's truth. You understand? Because it's all his belief. You believe your own. I do my thing. I believe my own, do my thing. You believe your own, do your own thing. What is the problem? Why should you come to impose your own and say your own is superior? Why? Who gave you that authority? Putting your religion on top of others is simply political. You know why I say it? Because it's a mode of conquest. You know, just powerful person, powerful people, once they can manipulate and maneuver you, now they impose everything on you. They impose their religion on you, so that their God on you, so that you start thinking like them, so that they can be able to, manipulate you. You understand? So that they can be able to manipulate you. There are things you'll be doing easy and in their religion. They will call you in order. They'll say no. Come with just let me give you example. I'm not a fan of Father Mbaka or anything, but just let me give you example. He is a Roman Catholic, doing what he's doing under Roman Catholic. Do you see how what he's doing, whether right or wrong? Do you see how they just close the adoration ground? Although I think it's open, because he's under them. That is the way they want us to be. He's under them. Do you understand? So they will give order from the Vatican and say, this man, they transfer him. That is because they have control over you. If, for example, he is doing all these things in our traditional way, does the Pope have anything to do with him? Does Pope has anything to do with him? He will not be under their control. We're doing our own thing. He will be doing his own thing under our own traditional way. It's just an example I give you. But all these things, so that they can be able to control you. You understand? Do you know the reason why you have Orthodox churches, Coptic churches in Egypt, in Russia, in other places, in Greece? They are Christians, yes, but they don't want to be under the control of the papacy, Pope. They started right from beginning. They say, yes, we are Europeans, but look, we don't want to be under the control of Italy, of Rome in the future. So they started it right from beginning. They say, yes, but we preach our own. So the headquarter is in our own land. We don't want to be answering boy to anybody. And they modified their own teachings, do their own Christmas, in their own way, do their Christian celebration, because Christianity is widely accepted in the whole of Europe as their tradition. Let me tell you, Christianity is not supposed to even be another religion. It is something wrestled out from Judaism. You understand? Rome being a conquering power, or an imperialist that time, they saw Christianity and they said, look, they have to modify it in order to also use it as a conquest material. That is what happened. So they spread it all over Europe and made it compulsory that every European country, kingdom should be Christian, so that they adopt it universally as their tradition. That is why it is not about their practicing. No, they will tell you when something happens, they will say, we are Christians, blonde, hair and eyes, we are Christians. They take it as their identity now. You that is in Africa and Nigeria jumping up, casting out demon, I'm a Christian. They don't even regard you as a Christian. Do you know that? Because it's their identity. If you want pray, they don't even take it now as even spirituality or religion per se. It is their identity. You can see many times, worst come to worst, mostly in Eastern Europe, they tell you they are Christians. It's their identity. So it's not about going to church. It's their identity. People should understand it. But you are in Nigeria now, I'm a Christian. Oh, you want to go pilgrimage to Rome, this and that. All these are mental enslavement. They control you. Japan rejected all this. Today, Japan is developed. Many Asian countries rejected all this. Even Arab countries, they were colonized by Europe or European countries. But did it deter them from continuing their own way of life, their religion, Islam? Did it deter them? Did it stop them? Are they not educated? More educated like you than you? Because they are practical. They build their cities. They build. Qatar is holding World Cup. Can Nigeria hold World Cup? Host World Cup? The answer is no. But it's a Muslim country, and they told you that no beer should be sold. They ban selling of beer in the stadiums, football stadiums, and rightly so, because that is their tradition. That is their way of life. So, but they know science. They study science in their own language. Our own, they erase everything, our language. They start teaching us everything in English and French. And we accepted it. We never made any effort. China, they were partly colonized, even by Britain. Yes. That's it. But they retained their language because they fought for it. They made sure that they don't lose anything. In the Arab world, the Arab countries, they teach their people with Arab. They teach science in Arab. But us, when in school, when you speak a secondary school, you speak Igbo language, they say in class, you have to be flogged for speaking vernacular. They call it vernacular. Do you see how we ignorantly sold everything concerning us? Today, our language is not developed because you cannot even use Igbo language to teach science. Whereas Japan, they retain their language and they use their language in order to teach biology, chemistry, everything. They made sure to retain their languages. That is dignity. But in our own, we sold everything. We accepted everything, swallowed everything, hook, line, and sinker. Do you see the problem we are having? When we talk about our values, all these are involved. It is involved. Our value is not cooking okite, ishi okite, so that you become a billionaire overnight. No, that is not our value. All these things are also something they learned from Christianity. Gambling, sow seed of 500 naira and get 5 million. Now sow seed of 5 million naira and get 5 billion. Palm 3 from 4. Gambling, ritual. So what they saw, they said they start copying it. Oh, we are going back to our root. They started washing. Oh, come, it's money. We will make you rich. It's the same thing. Charlatanism. We must continue. Okay. As I said before, every nation, tribe or kingdom has their own peculiar view of the entity we call God. It's just like the food we eat all over the world, though prepared in different ways by different people according to their different traditions and locations and with different ingredients. The basic fact is that all the different traditional foods contain the basic nutrients needed by the body, carbohydrate, which are carbohydrate, protein, and other mineral elements. Therefore, nobody has the right to condemn or banish other people's foods. The same way no religion has the monopoly of God's truth. Putting your religion on top of others is simply political. The same way PDP, APC, LP, NPN, PPP, or this and that, all these political parties will campaign that their party is the best. You see that? That is why I say it's political. Nothing more. It is not the reality. It's just political to get you on their side. Oh, come to my own religion is the best. They campaign for you and you enter. Now you start seeing others as inferior. That is the truth. This is the reason religious imposition is always done through conquest. It's done through conquest, mostly via conquest. You know, there is people think that only conquest is only use of arms. You conquer people gradually through any way. What the caliphate started doing since 1970, they want to complete conquest of Biafra land. Promoting people that change to Igbo, people that change to Islam. They promote them. They, enrich them. They use Islamic bank, lend you money to do business without anytime you have. Don't worry, don't pay any distance, any interest. All these are ways of conquest. Why are they, trying to lure you? If this thing is reality, truth, no, but you don't need to lure somebody to make the person do something that will be beneficial to him. Why not to bring a fabrication of aeroplanes? Why not? Instead, all that matters to them is to make sure that we bring we go and change. Don't you know? Don't you see that it is just conquest for conquest? Okay, let's go on. One of our values is ethnic unity. Is our value, one of our values, ethnic unity. But Christianity made us to separate and divide ourselves into unbelievers and believers. Something foreign, very foreign to us. They made us regard them, that is the foreigners that brought this Christianity, as our brothers against our non-Christian or church denominational brothers and sisters. You know what they do? They cite, I will read it so that we understand. Because what I'm telling you, I'm also a victim. Most of us experience this. Citing 2 Corinthians chapter 16 verse 14 to 17. Let me read it, please. I will read it. Open your Bible. 2 Corinthians chapter 6. Today, the other one time our leader quoted Quran. We will quote. We learn from everything. The book of Lucifer, we learn. We read it and we learn. 2 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 14 to 17. I will read. Listen. In King James Version or New King James Version. They have all these version. Do not be unequally yoked together with unbelievers. Okay? For what fellowship has righteousness with lawlessness? Now, they made us call our own value lawlessness. Do you see? We are Butem Sobuna families in our land. What I'm telling you is what I also experienced. I experienced it with my mother. They tell you don't go to celebration of on our land. Igbo Okrosha is sin. So don't go. Don't ever associate yourself with them because they are unbelievers. And problems everywhere in our land, and somebody said that we should not talk about this in Chineke. Why are people wicked? This is our value we want to return back. Okay? That same unity without separating ourselves because of foreign religion. Now you join the foreigners. They made you, you are their brother. You are believers like them. So now you are own blood brother. They separate you from him. Do you see where they got us? Do you see where they committed crime against humanity in our land? And somebody said that we should not talk about it. No, it will bring war. Do you see it? They quote you now something that we never had in our land before, foreign in our land. We never call ourselves unbelievers. Okay. Let me continue. And what communion has light with darkness? So our traditional value is darkness. They are light. And what accord has Christ with Belial? Do you see? Or what part has a believer with unbeliever? In another they call him, they say unbeliever is an infidel. Do you know that? When you are calling your brother unbeliever, but you are sad when Fulani call everybody infidel, you are putting them right that they are right after all. Because you don't believe what they believe. So they are infidel. You are infidel. As you are calling your brother infidel, you go 2 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 14. Go to festivals in our land. They say it's sin. No, their church prohibits it. Do you see how they gradually ate our backbone, destroyed it? That affinity, that brotherliness that we had, they just severed it. Things fell apart. When you read the Okonkwade, things fall apart, you understand. They severed it. Now, brother will channel himself with a foreigner, calling his own brother an unbeliever. Something, arrow. Normally, in our land, in our traditional value, somebody that should be excommunicated is somebody that committed evil against the land. Normally, that is a person that is either excommunicated or kwala. You understand? That is the only person of the people we know. Nobody calls him his fellow brother an unbeliever. No, it is evil, because when you call him, he's an infidel. Because he's not going your church. He's not a Christian like you. He's not going the same church with you. Now, why should you cry when Fulani call everybody infidels? Why? They call everybody pigs. Because an unbeliever is a pig also. You can also equally call him or her a pig. Why should you cry? And I continue reading chapter 16. Verse 16. And what agreement has the temple of God with idols? For you are the temple of the living God, as God has said, I will dwell in them and walk among them. I will be their God, and they shall be my God. All these things, they put all these things in order to make sure to bring our value down. You start looking at yourself as inferior. Do you understand? So, how he said, come out from among them, chapter 17, and be separate, says the Lord. Do not touch what is unclean, and I will receive you. Do you see it? They change everything, changing our mentality so that we start seeing ourselves, each other, as believers and unbelievers. Some that are siding with the foreigners, and some, they will be fighting against our core values. Do you see why we have to bring back ourselves? Do you see that? Let's go back to history and see how the Roman Catholic Pope Pope Nicholas V issued series of papal bull. Papal bull is an edict to grant Portugal or Christians the right to enslave Africans. I want to read just a few things. Listen, because when when you quote this and that, we tell you what we are telling you is how this thing you take as the ultimate, how it came into our land. We have the right to go into history and dig it out. We have the right to do so, in order to make you to think, to reason. What we are doing is to make ourselves reason and think and say, after all, what they brought to us, the same way they brought Nigeria as an illusion to us. Didn't we go Nigeria? Oh, it's no victor, no vanquish. They deceived us with that. Was it really no victor, no vanquish? Oh, rehabilitation, the 3R. Is it really true? And we went into sleep. It's the same thing what they brought to us, and we are dancing around, killing ourselves because of it, having enemies among ourselves because of it. What we are doing here is for us to stop having enmity between us because of all these religions, because nobody has a monopoly of God. Nobody has the right to tell you that, look, oh, you are worshiping idol. What is he worshiping? Who gave him that right to standardize? What is the measurement, the scale to measure God? Is there any scale? It's only what he believes. So let us stop making ourselves inferior. Japanese fought against Christianity for 265 years. Because you see, why I used to reiterate this. People used to say, very ignorant people, oh, Christianity, they brought us development. They brought this, they brought. I laugh. I say, look at ignorance talking. Do you know what they learned from us also? Do you know? Okay, they brought. Do you know when they went to Japan? When Europeans went to Japan, Japanese were using bows and arrows, just like Africans. Do you know that? Even in some part of Africa, like the Hausas, that time they developed weapons, then gone that time. But buying or getting their advanced technology, that is advancement by Japan. Does it make them to collaborate? Corroborate their tradition? The answer is no. The answer is no. So there is a difference. There is a thin line between this Christian religion they brought to us with the development. Is two different things. When you study history, they tell you that, look, they brought, whenever they are going, the Europeans, whenever they are going, they go with people that are doing traders. As they are going with the traders, businessmen in the ship, they have missionaries. So it is two different things. It is for people. Japanese fought and said, no, leave this missionary of 18. We don't need that one. Let them go, please. But we need trade. And the Europeans say, okay, no problem. Because they cannot, that is what the people fought for. The Japanese, they fought for it. They say, okay, no problem. And they got development, maintaining their structure, maintaining their status quo. The only thing is that they learn also from the Europeans. Europeans learn from them. That is how the world is. It's not one-sided. Do you understand? But in our land, you see ignorant people. You tell them, they say, they stop killing in our land, killing of twins in our land. They stop this. Mongopa discovered River Niger. It is them that build this. These are rubbish. You are saying it because you are ignorant. You can maintain your traditional way of life while developing. Examples are in Arab countries. You know, in some Arab countries today, like in Saudi Arabia, a woman is not even allowed to drive a car. Do you know that? No, I don't know whether do you know that? You can see that, you can call it that they are still living in the medieval period, but that is their tradition, that is their Islamic tradition. They don't want it. America tried to change it. They say no, leave this one for us, it's not now. But they have development, they have skyscrapers, they are developed, they are not poor, they are developed. Their roads are paved, they have infrastructures, their children are going to school, they have scientists. Don't you know that? But they maintain their you call it it's medieval primitive system. But are you not running there to go there to work? Ask the Fulani. Is there the fool in Saudi Arabia? The fool there to hustle. You understand? In many Arab countries, even our people are there. But you see everybody wear jalabia. Babariga, they are, Arab Babariga. And you have to maintain, you see, enter in Arab man's a very rich person. He put his seed the way, their traditional way, sofa on the ground. It's not up, it's on the ground. They want to eat, they gather and eat with hand in their, all of them are this. It's their tradition, that is what we are trying to say. To eat, they gather and eat with hand in their, all of them are this. It's their tradition, that is what we are trying to say. What an ignorant way of saying things. Okay, look at what your Pope Nicholas the fifth, what he said in 1452 and 1455. He gave an edict, because that time there has not been separation of church and state. So the Pope gives edicts. He controls partly the kings and queens in Europe. You understand? What he said, once Portuguese Marines began to return to Iberia with captives acquired in West Africa and West Central Africa, notably the treatment of they call it black Gentiles, was addressed in 1452 and 1455 when Pope Nicholas V issued a series of papal bulls, that is edicts, that granted Portugal the right to enslave sub-Saharan Africans. That is the start of slavery. Do you understand? The start of transatlantic slave trading by these Portuguese. You don't hear again. Now, church leaders argued that slavery served as a natural deterrent and Christianizing influence to barbarous behavior among pagans. Do you see how they describe us? Barbarous behavior among pagans, because we are practicing our own religion. Using this logic, the Pope issued a mandate to the Portuguese king, Alfonso V. Yes, just slow down, I'm coming. And instructed.
No, please. I want you to read that statement again. There's something there. I don't want you to just where the Pope, where they're saying that Christianity is to be used to mellow down or to temper down or to control. Please, can you repeat it again?
Let me come again. Yes. Okay. Once, let me start afresh, because I'm reading from research facts. Once Portuguese mariners began to return to Iberia with captives acquired in West Africa and West Central Africa, notably the treatment of black Gentiles was addressed in 1452 and 1455 when Pope Nicholas V issued a series of papal bulls, that is edicts, that granted Portugal the right to enslave sub-Saharan Africans. Listen, church leaders argued that slavery served as a natural deterrent and Christianizing influence to barbarous behavior among pagans.
Bingo! That's what I'm looking for.
Using this logic, the Pope issued a mandate to the Portuguese king, Alfonso V, and instructed him. Look at what the Pope wrote verbatim. It's history. It's not something we brought out. It's not religious war. Please listen. What the Pope, for you to know that Christianity caused our suffering today, I can authoritatively tell you that. The edict, the papal bull says, to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens. Saracens, that time it means tribes of Arabia, and the pagans whatsoever, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery. Are you listening to what you are defending, please? Let me start again, please, because on a memory somehow. To invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, that is tribes of Arabia, and the pagans whatsoever, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, countries, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, to convert them to his and their use and profit. Is it not what Europe is doing today? I ask people listening to me, this verdict is the root cause of what we are suffering today. Colonial is the energy, the root, the taproot of colonialism in Africa by the Europeans, because the Pope, the Christian Pope, gave them the edict, the authority to do so. It is your right to, he said, not only that, he said enslave them, perpetual slavery, put Africans into perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to yourselves and your successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, countries, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, to convert them to his and their use and profit. So, when you see what we are suffering today, it is what you are defending when you carry Bible. Now, you don't know that you are programmed to do so right from time. Let me tell you, the Portuguese, they have been coming to Africa prior to that time, buying goods, hides and skins, and other goods. Do you know that even Benin Empire, before transatlantic slavery, was even exporting soap to Portugal? Do you know that? Do you know that? But they will tell you that we don't know nothing. Black race, we are good for nothing. What these people did to us, you cannot, you out of ignorance, we don't know. We don't know. Like Ozekome said, you make your victims, I mean, they turn around in order to worship their slave masters. When you wake up in the morning, when Stockholm syndrome, as we know, as Stalin said, you know how to treat the people. Just bring a chicken, a live chicken. You know, pluck out the feathers. The cock will be, when you pluck the whole feathers of a chicken, a live cock, is painful, is crying. Now, that nude chicken, you keep him on the ground, start walking, moving out. Now you put hand inside your pocket and bring out corns, pieces of corns. That chicken will in difficulty run to come and eat from your hand, taking you as his savior, without knowing that you are the cause of his problem. That is the situation they put us. We start defending the weapon they use in order to destroy us as a people, as a race, to keep us where we are today. And somebody will say, no, this is not the problem. This is not this and that. This is not the problem. Look at what your Pope, you worship. Pope, all the the infallibility of Pope. You know, we pray it in catechism. We studied it in catechism. That Pope is infallible. He cannot sin. That is what they put us into. To be. I name. This is what the man said. It's a decree. If you go to Google, you will see it even as it is written. It's a historical fact as it was written in Latin. That time, the manuscript is there. The picture is there. And he gave them that. Do you know that if that time, if what you process to today, the way you take Christianity, normally the Pope will tell them, or had it been Pope told them that time, no, you are sinning against God. Do not ever touch people, say you are enslaving people. Do you know that slave trading wouldn't have taken place? Do you know that? Let me tell you the origin of this slave trading in a nutshell before Nwada comes in, please. There was one man, a Portuguese, he's a businessman with ships, he's a captain of ship. In 15th century, exactly 1441, he came to Africa as usual because they have been coming. They have been coming. It's just the thinking of one man. One captain, he came after buying his goods from African soil in Senegambia and Mauritania side. Now buying seal skins and oil. Now tell me, if we are good for nothing, how does Africans, how do they know how to produce? That time, 13th, 14th century. How do they know how to produce oil? Please, can everybody tell me? How did, do you know that Mansa Musa, the king of Mali Empire, Songhai Empire, as of that time, in 12th, 13th century, Mali has gold to the extent that that man became the richest person, the richest king of his time. Mansa Musa used gold in what I'm telling you, 12th, 13th century. So how does Africans know how to dig out gold and manufacture gold if we don't know anything? Sometimes, ignorance. Now this man, let me go back. This man, his name is Gonçalves. He's a Portuguese. After buying goods, he called all his crew members. He said, we have already gotten our cargo, but how fair a thing would it be if we who have come to this land for a cargo of such petty merchandise, we are to meet with good fortune and bring the first captive before the presence of our prince? He said that night Gonçalves led a raiding party into Cape Blanc, a narrow peninsula between Western Sahara and Mauritania, and kidnapped 2 Berbers, 1 man and 1 woman. Another Portuguese mariner, Nuno Tristel, and the members of his crew soon joined Gonçalves. Although the raid resulted in less than a dozen captives. You understand? The writer of this history imagines in his account that Prince Henry of Portugal responded to his enterprise with joy, not so much for the number of captives taken, but for the prospect of the countless captives that could be taken. This is the origin of transatlantic slave trading. Now they took these few Berbers from Mauritania, that side, and went back and gave to Prince. Prince said, where do you bring? That time they called blacks Moors. Where do you bring these people? Now, wow, we say, we captured them as slaves. Do you know what happened? Now they started negotiating with those captured slaves. The prince said, no, let us not treat them bad. We will use them. Now they started negotiating with them. Say, look, for you to be free, you have to lead us so that we capture many of your brothers. They agreed. Do you see where black man also is horrible? Instead of saying no, even if to die. No. All these things see happening. That is the worst mindset. Now, in order to save themselves, they agreed. They said, don't worry. Take us back to Africa. We will lead you. Now you go, you capture for you other people, and you leave us. And that they did it. They came, and these people know the land, and they led them. They now captured many other Africans. That is it. And they gave them guns, muskets, gave them people to be protecting them. So they make them big people. They made them wealthy. Say, if the more you capture, the more you become rich. Do you see? This is another thing, another flawed mentality in Africa. You know why it is so? Because people were not enlightened. You know, there is a lack of enlightenment. Europeans, they were even able to travel abroad, venture abroad, because they were enlightened. Instead of concentrating their energy, killing themselves in Europe, now they say, no, we can find something outside. Now we can settle our scores outside. And we will not be victims of ourselves. Do you understand? Now that is why they were enlightened, they think far. Now they went out. And you see, even outside, let me tell you, France and England and Britain and Germany, Germany, yes, all the colonists or colonial masters, they used to fight themselves even in Africa. Do you understand? So they used to fight themselves even in Africa. So that is a lack of enlightenment initially in the case of Africa. So we must continue. I think I will pause here so that Nwada will come in before I continue. Please, Nwada, please come in, please.
Yeah, Mazi, they were always a brilliant job. I'm going to start by saying this. The way you started the argument today, very, very interesting, intriguing, by asking the questions about what our values are. Because that is really what we are trying to bring out here. Because when we talk about values, people's behavior, their way of even dress mode, the things they eat, these are the things that constitute people's values. So let's talk about where we live, the location where we live called Nigeria. With the present thing they called politics going on right now, I want to highlight this to give us, put our mind here and highlight this a little bit, because we're talking about values. Every time you see Chinedu on his campaign trail, whether it's campaign or not, you don't need anybody to tell you that's a Yoruba man before he even opens his mouth to speak, because of his dress mode. Anywhere you see Shetima, the same thing. You don't need anybody to tell you he's an Hausa man because of his dress code. Anywhere you see Atiku, the same thing. But the argument becomes, when you look at Peter Obi, you don't know his name. Can you identify Peter Obi by his dress code? The answer is no. We're talking about values. And we know that our dress code, the way of life, because our values are our ways of life. Now, let's go take it a little bit further. Look at our so-called leaders, our political leaders. When they go to the north to meet with the northern elites, they dress according to the northerners' dress code. They tie the turban, they dress up on just that way. Can anybody show me? Forget about what they do with Buhari when he's coming. That's why he looks out of place. Chinedu, I think he's coming for campaign. in Biafra land. Whether it's going to come or not, I don't know. You will not see him dressed up in our dress code. This our dress code we are trying to promote now, which is Isiago. And Isiago is not even complete the way we are dressing it. Because the true person who really want to wear Isiago will wear Isiago tying wrapper, not wearing pants or what they call trousers. But I'm not going there. So now let's talk about this religion or religions. People must understand that the reason why it looks like we are citing Christian religion is because that's the one that is predominant in our location, the Biafra land. That's why we are citing it. Because let truth be told, what we are doing, we are talking about the major organized religions. That's what we're talking about. And when we take a look at this, let's talk about the two primary religions that is in Nigeria. Muslim religion and Christian religion. The Hausas are dressing the way they are dressing because they are Muslims. That's what brought about that way they dressed up. That you reference it. You go to Arab, they are wearing the same thing. Arab countries. That's where that religion started. Because religion, again, is a way of life of the people. The way they perceive or the way they think is the right way from their perception, and all these things are based on things. Where they are, the location where they are, the way of their food and everything, the inspiration, their spiritual inspiration. That's how you come up with religion. That's what forms one's religious belief. So when you talk about the Arab, the condition of where they live, why they put on this robe, is because they are near the desert. It has a lot of reason why they dress it that way. So that's why it's factored into that religion. So anybody embracing that religion must dress that way. It becomes a code of dressing to identify you as a Muslim everywhere in the world. Fine. You come to Christianity. It's an English thing. That is why our people are wearing suits. It's part of the code of dressing of the people that brought the religion to you. Again, what I'm trying to stress is that your religion affects the way we behave, the way we dress, even the food we eat. Because they are all part of our values. That is why you will see somebody in Nigeria where the temperature is 80 degrees, they are dressed up, especially if you have to be a pastor, you have to dress up in suit and put up ties. Because that's what the people that brought the religion, that's their value of life, their way of life. It doesn't make that it's the best way to dress up. No. Because the environment where they're coming from is cold. I'm talking about things that affect values, environmental factors and all that. Now, even when you go to Judaism, they have a way of dressing. That when you see anybody that is practicing Judaism, you will know from the way they are dressed up. You go to Hindu, the same thing. Because all these things were inspired by their values. Mazi, I asked the question on your program yesterday or 2 days ago. What is the value of an Igbo man? Because we threw ourselves into the ABC. Embrace every other person's value. They must our own. Now, when you go to when you talk, I have a very good friend. He's a Muslim. Okay? A serious practicing Muslim. I have a good relationship with him. The only thing we agreed on, I told him, don't talk to me about your religion. I'm not going to talk to you, because at the time I crossed paths with this individual was when I was trying to come out from religiosity. So I told him, I don't want you to talk to me about your religion. I'm not going to talk to you about my religion. If you speak to him, or anytime, we speak a little bit, he will make you to understand that he himself, the religion he has embraced, is the one that is ordained by God, the true God. You speak to a Hindu, they will tell you the same thing. You speak to a Shinto practitioner, they will tell you the same thing. So you begin to ask yourself, like you asked the question, Mazi, what is the standard to identify who this true God is? It's just like when you use the word beauty. Beauty. When you say something is beauty, it depends on who is making the statement. That's how you see the thing that is. Because what you may say is beautiful, somebody else may say it's not beautiful. And both individuals are right if they can establish their argument. That is why we are now trying to make us to understand that God has no mandate. God has no particular religion that He ordained that if you do not come to me, if you do not be a member of this particular religion, you are worthless. That's the argument we are making. Because all these religions came up, inspired by men, created them. But why it looks like we are hammering on these two major religions? Because Muslim and Christian religions are the ones that are so domineering. They are the ones that are being used for conquest, to control others. Because anybody that is trying to make the argument that Christianity is the way, the truth, the only way, and if you're not a Christian, you're an infidel. That's exactly why the Fulani said you must be converted to be a Muslim, because as far as they're concerned, Christians are infidels that must be killed or converted. So I'm asking the Christians, are the Muslims right? They will tell me no. But I want them to understand that as passionate as they are with what they believe, so is somebody else passionate with what they believe. Then why should we be fighting on these things that God did not constitute or initiated for anybody? This is the core of my argument, and I believe it's the same thing. Why are we fighting for things that makes no sense, will not bring life to me, will not change my life? Because if I was born in a different place, I will have a different religion, and the same way you are defending your own is the same way I'll be defending whatever I believe. Let me tell you, Christians and Muslims are the most arrogant religious people. I'm going to say it here. Let me put it this way. You know, even in this our setting, this thing we are doing about Biafra project. Anytime you come to a gathering, immediately they will say, let us pray. They are not asking whether everybody there believes in that Christian thing they are doing. They have not given this in a thought. You will never hear them make that thing. They will just impose it. Let us pray. Somebody will start singing. Somebody will start speaking in tongues. Nobody has questioned my feelings. Nobody has asked me whether I believe in it. Nobody has asked me whether I'm a Muslim. Nobody has asked me whether I am a man and a person or a spiritualist. They don't ask you, and I'm supposed to be quiet. And I've been doing that because I have come to the level of enlightenment to understand that what they're doing, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. But because I want to be respectful, I will either exit myself, mute my system, or I will walk away. When they finish, I'll rejoin them. Because that's their belief. I brought myself into them. But anytime you want to say anything, these two people, really, they will rise up and begin to tell you that you're going to hell. Have they seen anybody that went to hell and come back to tell them? Or even anybody that went to hell?
No, they are the people, they are fueling the hell.
But we are here fighting. I have made an argument. Osibanjo is a head leader, a leader of a group, Christian group. He has large followers, Osibanjo. And he is the vice president of Nigeria. And the president of Nigeria, whether he's dead or alive, is a devout Muslim. This is where I'm coming. Because this thing does not, anytime I argue this in America here, people agree with me. I'm always able to win. Why has Osibanjo for the past 7 years not ministered to Buhari to be converted to be a Christian? Because the next thing, when you start talking to Christians, they will say, oh, Jesus loves you. I am ministering to you because I don't want your soul to go to hell. So my question is, does it mean that Osibanjo wants Buhari to go to hell? Is that why he has not converted him? All these Muslims that are in the cabinet of Nigeria, how many of them have Osibanjo ministered to? None. Let me flip it on the other side. Buhari himself, according to their Muslims, we are infidels. We are worse than pigs. We must be converted or killed. People should go and read. Mazi, before I came to where I am, or where I have been for some years now, about religious matters, I took time and read at least 15 different religious books. I always say that the one I can claim mastery in is Christianity, because that's the one I devoted more time to study. If you come to my house, you will see all these religious books. I went through them, including Quran, to come to the conclusion that God did not institute any religion. Because everybody is passionate about their own. It's just like blind people that went to have an experience of an elephant. Go and read that. You will find that each one will give a description of whatever part of the elephant they touch. They will tell you that's what the elephant looks like. That was their experience. So, when was the last time Buhari ministered to Osibanjo to convert to become a Muslim? Never. And he will never. So what argument am I making? These people will gather together. They are telling you that passionate about their religion. They will be in one room, make decisions that will affect you and I, continue to perpetuate our sufferings. They don't raise a single moment to minister to each other. If they so believe in that thing, that's my argument. But when they come out, they go to their churches, they go to their mosques, they begin to fire us up to begin to fight each other. They begin to make us believe that unless I belong to your religion or your own faction, I am going to hell. If they so believe in it, don't they love their friends and colleagues? This is my question. I had an encounter with a bishop here in America, a Nigerian bishop, where he began to tell me atrocities he committed. That time I wasn't even going to church. I asked him, do you believe there is God? He said, yes. You don't. How could you do what you did? Yes, people may not have seen you, but if you believe that there is God and this God has power, like you claim, omnipresence, why did you do these things, even though you did them in the closet of your house? These are the problems I have with religiosity, Mazi. They are quick to come out to minister to you, preach to you about righteousness, morality, holiness. They love God. The next person sitting to them, they can kill the individual. How can you love something you don't see, you have not seen, you don't even know what it looks like, but your fellow human being, you know, you see, have potential to change your life, or even if they don't change your life, potential to change your environment to benefit you, you are willing to kill the individual because they don't agree on the same religious principle with you. What are we talking about? That's the argument I'm making. And that is why when I will be glad to say that Biafra is a religion, because that's what should bring us together. It has to be. It doesn't mean I'm telling anybody not to go and worship whatever they believe in. No. Because if religious people, let's go back from the little history you are giving us today, Mazi. Before religion was introduced to our society, we were known, we're talking about values of this tribe called Igbo. I'm using this as an example. We were known for collective efforts. Ugwuweze. Gidigidi Ugwuweze. What does that mean? The more the merrier. A king king cannot be without the support of his people. Do not leave your brother or sister behind in anything you're doing that is beneficial. Most of the secondary schools that were built in our land were community efforts. I know some of the stories my father told me. There were people that were trained in schools. They didn't have, their parents did not have money, but because they were brilliant in the community will come together, raise money to train them. Igbos were known for these values. It doesn't mean that we are we are perfect, but we are talking about our values, the core value of an Igbo man. Biafra in as a whole. Most people, most societies. So, but these were who we were. But once they brought religion, what did they do? Heavenly race is a personal thing. These are the things they began to introduce to us. So now you don't give a hoot about your brother or your sister. It's all about you. The religion you're practicing is somebody else's value, whom they have pruned, make it to look better than your own, sold it to you, and you body who like and sink, who climb and sink, and now begin to defend it and relegate it your own to the goddess. These ROC, these deities they're talking about, that must be destroyed. I'm asking a question. Even as I look in their television, there is this particular pastor now that is the reigning thing, Ebuka. I don't have any personal thing against, but I see all of them now is about Ebuka. Beside him is a statue of Virgin Mary, a statue molded with ceramic or molded with some kind of cement. Isn't that an idol worship? What is the difference between that statue beside Ebuka and what my ancestors were doing? But Ipia something, do it. Even though my ancestors never worshipped their own, but this one, what is he doing there? Isn't that ROC?
Nwada, just a point there. What of you are talking people that pray? Their daily prayer is they talk about Mary, the mother of God. Do you know that thing is an abomination? Mary, the mother of God, is the mother of God, and we demonize our own is idol. Nwada, go on, please.
Every day you're praying, saying, Peter, pray for me. Saying this. Isn't that ancestral worship? And then I cannot pay pour libation to my dead ancestors. Let us compare these things. But I'm happy to accept the way of life of an European who do not give a damn about me. Because the only reason he brought the religion there was to put me, just like what you read, the edict of the Pope, to put me down. Now let's take a look at all these European countries that are Christian countries. What do we mean is majority of them proclaim to be Christians. How many of them are religious states? None. They are secular states. You can practice whatever you like, as long as you're what? Obedient to the laws of the land. Period. Yet they brought the Christianity to us. Never has since I came to America will you wake up in the morning or you are sleeping at night or even you are driving there, you see somebody ringing bell approaching you to preach to you, except Nigerians or Africans where you see them. That's why when I meet them, I curse the hell out of them. You left the shores of Africa because things were not okay for you, West Africa. And you're coming here to preach to me about Jesus Christ. Before you brought the Christianity to my people, they were doing exploits. Go and check the history of the world. That was why I reference Ugwele. Go and see the the bronze, they asked what they did. Ask what they did. They were smelting bronze. They were, refining palm oil. They were doing things. Before they brought Christianity, there were peace. They had no standing police. There was tranquility in the land. People were not locking their doors. So my argument becomes, those who are claiming that Christianity brought development to us, let me go with that argument. Okay, they brought us, they made us to start learning their culture. That's the development you're talking about, because they didn't improve our culture. They made us to start buying into their learning their own culture. That is the education they brought. Okay, if Christianity brought development to us, then 100 years back, and we must remember that by then you still had majority of the people practicing traditional religion, and some were into spiritualism. Why is it now that from every block in Biafra land, in Nigeria, you have churches today? What I'm trying to say, the number of churches, denominations have multiplied. If Christianity has anything to do with development, Nigeria would have been heaven by now. This is my own argument. If they were responsible, whether it is Muslim or Christianity, if these two religions were responsible for our development, because of the increase and awareness and the way people are willing to die and defend these two religions, Nigeria would have been heaven by now, because you have more increase in people that are practicing these two religions. But what do we have? We have more chaos, more corruption, dishonesty, people killing one another. Not even a Christian, people cannot even tell you something and you believe them, because they are lying through their teeth, watching you right there, because they have seen their so-called leaders, Christian leaders, lie and get away with it. Before Christianity came into our land, our people were not writing documents as agreement. The agreement were mere words, and each party knew to obey them. But today, we will write all the things we want to write, agree, stamp it left and right, yet we can't obey them. So what kind of education did all these two? You are known in the society because of your moral standard, telling the truth, standing for justice, equity, fairness. Money you had. It wasn't how much people you screwed up. Excuse my language. No. It was about how well you lived your life, what legacy you left behind, because you were careful not to offend the God of the land and because you believe, they truly believe that it doesn't matter what I do in the secret, this God I'm referencing has the ability to see me and deliver justice. The argument becomes, those who believe that God had this power, God had these essences, and because of that they try to do the right thing, and people who claim they believe in the same God or their God, but yet they can commit any manner of atrocities, desecrate the churches, the altar, do anything they want, get into 419, get into killing, rituals and everything, and yet will come out boldly and pretend to be what they are. Who truly believe in their God? Or who truly believe that the God that references has the power, is omnipresent, omnipotent, has the power to do whatever they claim that God has? This is where I differ with them. And I challenge them whenever I meet. I say, you that claim to be this, I can tell you that if your moral standard and mine is put on a scale, I will beat you hands down, because I know who I am. I believe there is a force, and I'm careful, even in my inner thoughts. Why would anybody who claims to be following and worshiping God, because we are talking about how did you come to this standard that your God is the right God? Your God is the true God. By the time you talk, they will start referencing to the Bible. Oh, the Bible. No, forget about the Bible. Somebody wrote the Bible. The Bible came from the mind of man. People came together and put these things together. How do you know that this God you're calling or you're trying to teach me or introduce me to is the true God, and the way you want me to go is the true way? Forget about what is written in the Bible. Because the same your Bible says, by their fruits you shall know them. If you believe in God is who you claim God to be, we will not have autopiloters today in this movement. We will not. People will not have come together and betrayed Ahmadike one. They will not. People will not be trying to destabilize this movement. They will not, because the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. It's not about whether Ahmadike knows what you're doing or not. Because your fear and reverence him, you will not go contrary to an oath you took. Or you come into an organization and all you're doing is trying to destabilize it, and you're claiming to be a Christian and you're claiming to be a pastor, a servant of Almighty God. No, you're not. It cannot be. So let me go back to the argument that I'm going to stop now. If the Christians who came and continued with slavery, enslaving their fellow human beings, even their leader, their ultimate leader then, sanctioned it. Enslaving your fellow human being. And we are all equal before this creator, from your perspective. But yet, it was okay to enslave another human being, subjugate them below animals. What kind of God is that? What kind of God are we talking about? How can that be a true God? How can he be? Compare it with the people who said Ebe Beru Go Bere, who truly believe that there's a God. Because of that, I have to be careful the way I treat my fellow human being. Who truly has the right inspiration of who God is. Well, I'm going to yield for now.
There, Nwada, we must continue.
Mazi, are you there?
Of course, I am. Of course, Nwada. Yes, I am. I don't know.
Hello? I might be talking to myself.
We must continue. I don't know. Somebody try to call the line, and that's why it distorted the audio of the phone. So I have to bring Nwada back. You know. So we must continue. We must continue. Let me bring her in before I continue, because we need to preach this gospel, honestly. Nwada, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
You are coming out clear, was hearing you, everything is okay. You know, so we must continue. So, as we are saying, what we preach here is common sense. You know, I continue reiterating, stop thinking like a Christian, like a religious person, or like a Muslim, just reason like a human being. Finish. That human being you are. Be neutral and reason, and you will see you start shining. You know? So, what Nwada said and what we have been saying. What is the scale of measuring the true God? That is the thing. What is it? Because these people, you know, as Nwada said, these people, this mainstream religion, you know, why we talk about Christianity? Because Islam also is something, but we are talking of the one that affects us directly. Because we have all these experiences. They don't care about your feeling. They don't care. The most arrogant set of people, they don't care about your feeling. What matters to them is they do their thing to impose. You know that imperialism, that imperialistic attitude of the purveyors of this religion. That is the way they behave. They come, they impose anything. If you have any contrary opinion, they call you a demon. That's it. These people are happy whenever they are destroying our shrines. Oh, they call it is God. They clap and shout hallelujah. I put it on my timeline in Facebook the other day. They shout hallelujah and they don't care about the feelings of the people. The owners of the people that this thing means everything for them. They don't care about the feeling. That they are on heavenly mandates, and you ask them where heaven is, they don't know. Now, but when we start preaching, bringing out historical facts, as I brought out what Nicholas the fifth, Pope Nicholas the Fifth, the mandate he gave, which is still controlling the European character towards black race to sub-Saharan Africa till today. He's a pope. When I try to bring out all these historical facts, which is history, is something that happened. Now they take offense that want to bring out religious war. Don't you see the hypocrisy? But they are the only people that is good for them to stay on stage, on television, and condemn our values, our religion, everything, and it is okay. They disturb you in the night while you are sleeping. They carry megaphone, or they preach everything, shouting and singing, and you that wants to sleep, you cannot talk because they will term you a demon. But when you want to do your own, to be who you are, they will start picking offense. Do you see the spirit of imperialism? That is, we say white supremacists. That is what they learn from them, what they brought into them, that they must control. They must be in control. This generation, we say no. We must stop the status quo. We must change it. If really, as Nwada asked, if really Christianity brought development, why is it that Nigeria is not developed? Why is it that our land is not developed? It's a question. It's a very, very simple question that these people should answer. If you say, you brought Christianity, they use it to develop our land. Okay, I agree. Okay. Why didn't our land, why is it in a quagmire? Whereas every street, a street of maybe 1 kilometer, you will see 20 different churches in that street. 20 is even little. A street of less than 1 kilometer. Now, why is it that everywhere is not heaven, paradise? Do you see how they behave? Let me tell you what they instituted in our land is something that they know that it will affect us today. They know it. Okay, now they are no more even talking about Christianity. They are talking about denomination. Once you are not in their denomination, even they label you unbeliever. You see this word unbeliever, if we don't stop it in our land, this is something that put us in a very big mess as a people. He separated us. He made people stop gathering with their fellow brothers and sisters, fellow community villagers. I'm telling you what I know. They said no, they don't come because what is their communion? What is the communion between light and darkness? Now people gather in order to talk something good for the community, for the village. They are not there. They are not there. Count me out. Every other person is unbeliever. As long as you are not going to their church. Do you see how they destroyed our values? Do you see that? That unity, that umbilical cord in our land, they destroyed it. They simply destroyed it. We build schools in our land and give it to the government. We build many things, put electricity, many things, structures or infrastructures in our land. How do you get it? People gather in communities, in villages, and do meetings. Sometimes, no bioma. Things in communities today. How many community members could gather one place and eat together? Normal. This person is afraid of this person. This person is afraid of this person. This person is afraid of this person. But all are going to church. All are so-called believers. You believe on what? You believe in shit. We should stop calling ourselves unbelievers. Our brothers unbelievers. Look at ordinary denomination. CMS cannot marry Catholic in parts of our land. The Jehovah's Witness cannot marry simply because he's not in his denomination. Don't you see that we are dying as a people? Don't you see that? Don't you see that? And you want us to continue like this, heading to abyss, heading to destruction as a people. You want us to continue like this? No. No. What we are asking for is the voice of reason, so that people will start reasoning normally as human beings we are. Upholding our values is something that should save us. It's one of the criteria to our being saved. I'm telling you honestly, because I have not seen any people that progress exclusively on foreign value. When I talk about value, including religion, I never see it. Unless those people are being under conquest, under occupation, direct occupation by those colonies, just like you have in Americas. I used to say it. The people you see in America today, they are not the white people. They are Europeans mostly. They are Europeans. The indigenous people are there as my little minority. Didn't you see the other time Pope Francis, he went to Canada to apologize for the role the Catholic played in the massacre of the indigenous Canadian people, the indigenous people in Canada. Didn't you say, I spoke it here, I analyzed it here in this hallowed platform? He went there to apologize. They don't come to Africa to apologize because people, Africans, even they don't even know that they are still defending their slave religion. So they don't even know. They are thanking them that they come to develop us. Whereas the people that understood, the indigenous people in Canada, in the Americas, they understood that these people, they did us bad in the guise of religion, Christianity. And they have been pushing for this for more than 60 years. And finally, Pope, he went to Canada. The last time he went to travel to Canada, he apologized publicly for the role Catholic Church played in the massacre of their people, which is going towards the right direction, a step towards the right direction. Why don't they do it in our land? Because they play the role. Did you know what Pope? What is Pope? This Pope did. Pope Nicholas V. That he issued a decree that made us encourage Europeans in order to kill us in as animals, as farm animals, and take us as farm animals, as farm animals. You know that? Because you don't know. Because you are ignorant, because you are defending the religion, defending everything. That is why they don't care. They say, these people are still stupid, so are we going to apologize to stupid people? You know, they look at Africans, mostly Nigerians, as very stupid set of people. Butterfly claiming to be bird. They don't even regard you as Christians. If they regard you as Christians, the way you are being massacred, we are being massacred in Nigeria. Don't you think that a Pope would have spoken? They didn't care about you. Butterflies calling themselves bird. We better go back to our value. It's better we go back to our value and be who we are originally, because they didn't bring this religion for our own good. People use religion. The most horrible crimes in this world is being committed in the name of religion. Make your researches, it's true. Most horrible crimes against humanity, they are committed in the name of religion. In this world history, in the history of the world, that is the truth. So, when we say coming back to our value or going back to our value, it is something that we should do. We are not calling for war against Christianity or against any religion. No. But we have the right to restore who we are, as we have the right to restore Biafra. Because when you are saying that we don't have the right to go back to our values, which means we don't have the right to restore Biafra. We should be where they place us to be. Do you see our arguments? You know, we win with superior arguments. I want people, if the lines are open, I want people with other arguments, opposing argument to call. We are not fighting. It is not something personal at all. You bring your argument. If you have superior argument, I will bow down, I will cow. That is who we are as indigenous people of Biafra. We don't know it all, but to bring your arguments. After all, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he was broadcasting morning and night, he made sure to open lines every day so that people will call. Why? Because he wants to hear from people. He wants people to convince him to drop what he's doing. But nobody was able to do so, because we always go on superior arguments. We believe, you know, once you have superior argument, we will come down and accept it. That's who we are. Let's also go back to the situation of Christianization of Igbo. Let me read a bit about it. The situation of the Christianization mission of Igbo land from 1857 up to 1870 can be best described as wobbly, complicated, and consistently troubled. One Reverend John Christopher Taylor, a descendant of Igbo slaves, not only was he fighting almost fruitlessly to overthrow the social order in Onitsha, because when they came to first in 1841, Boston Fowler, you know, 1841, many of them died out of tropical disease. And he himself, with the leader of the expedition, they ran back. 1841, they ran back to England, and he died 4 years later. You understand? Now, any person you talk about going to Christianize Igbo, he become dead as dodo. You know, they were afraid to come to our land because our environment fight for us, our values fight for us. But after many years, in 1857, other people came. They sent a giant crowd, mostly, you know, before it was mostly white people and few black people. But now, this second mission, they sent mostly black people, but led by a white person. Do you see how they behave? Led by a white person. You must have your leader as a white person. You know, the same way they do in the caliphate in Nigeria. The people that are working hard in federal government parastatals, the real ants working, the termites working hard, doing things, are mostly Igbo people. Southerners, Yorubas are mostly Igbos, but their head is always Fulani man. they head it. They give the command, but the workers are there. So they use black people in order to Christianize black people. This person, his name is Reverend John Christopher Taylor, a descendant of Igbo slaves. He said not only was he fighting almost fruitlessly to overthrow the social order in Onitsha, because they left, they didn't go to Abo again. They now come to Onitsha. Another strategy, which worked anyway. Now, you see, he said, you know, he fought to overthrow the social order, which means there was an order in Onitsha. There was a structure in Onitsha. But they use Christianity in order to destroy it. That structure is our value. That is where we are going back. That is what we want. We are saying here for us to go back to our values. That thing they overthrew when they brought Christianity. Do you understand me? That is what we are preaching. Okay. To overthrow the social order in Onitsha and replace it with Christian and British structure. But he was also having internal problems with his junior colleagues, who either embarrassed and challenged his leadership authority. Among them, infighting. People that are done sin because they are going to heaven, but there is infighting. For you to understand that there is not is is about human being. It's about human action. No matter how you take it, Oyibo use this religion in order to conquer us. After black people take it seriously, they take it that it become their mode of life. Oyibo now, they are watching Africans as how we create serious so. And now, and now they are seeing us as very stupid people. So now, what happened to overthrow the social order in Onitsha and replace it with Christian and British structure? But he was also having internal fights with his junior colleagues who either embarrassed or challenged his leadership authority. Okay. Taylor mistook the hospitality of Onitsha people to be a total disposition to the message of Christianity. To be a total disposition to the message of Christianity without understanding the political undertones it carried subtly with it. Onitsha, for a fact, was at war with its neighbors, including Ogidi and Obosi. And so, it desperately needed allies, local or foreign, especially to scare off their enemies from the interiors. The missionaries and traders were a good answer to their desire for alliance to ward off their neighboring enemies. Do you see where our people may always miscalculate? Do you see? When we are fighting a brotherly fight, now foreigner will come and the side wants be friend of one side. That side will accommodate and say, welcome foreigner, come and help me fight my brother. That is where there is lack of enlightenment, because without it, or had it been our people were enlightened, they should have known that, look, even if you are fighting with your brother, you should never allow foreigner to come and side with any of you. If you see a foreigner coming to you to help you fight your brother, quickly go and make peace with your brother and say, no, let us fight this foreigner. If we fight them now, when we defeat the foreigner, we can continue in our fight. That is why whenever they say, oh, you Biafrans, you will kill yourselves when Biafra come, I am happy. I say, oh yeah, we kill ourselves. It's better. We are brothers. We will agree to disagree. We will disagree to agree. We are brothers. We will, there is no matter how we kill ourselves, after we will come to our senses and say, look, we are destroying ourselves, our collective selves. That is the beauty of it. But when we continue allowing foreigners to destroy us, or to side the foreigners to destroy ourselves, that is the most stupid act. You see, the most stupid act that we could have taken. I'm telling you honestly. So, what we are preaching here is upholding our values, because we should not accept and continue allowing people to demonize our value, to demonize our values, our religions, using their own, promoting it. Why demonizing our own? Who give you that audacity, that authority? Who give you that? You have no authority to do that, because you don't even know God. You don't even know, how do you measure God, the true God? You know the problem we have, as Nwada said, Christians will come and quote that they are the only way, the truth and the life, everything, with pride, as if he know the truth, he know the way, he know everything. Islam will come and say the same thing. Now, how do you think that this world can accommodate people with this type of very bizarre thinking? How? No person, that is what we believe. What in this world, the same way that you keep your food, you are aware of preparing food, And you are eating it. You have been eating it for centuries, if not millennium, and you are growing. You are not dying of hunger. Then another set of people will come and demonize your food, your feeding system, your agronomy, that it is not good. Are you going to be happy with it? It is what they did, simply what they did to us. So we should understand that they didn't bring this thing in order for us to succeed. They killed us with it. You should see how the King Leopold, in order to Christianize Africans, Congolese, he made sure he slaughtered almost or more than half of the population of Congolese, of almost 18 million people. He slaughtered more than 18 million people in order to Christianize them. Religion makes people to become heartless against their own fellow human beings. Do you understand? This religion, we practice spirituality, not a religion even, because what we practice in our value is one scientific. We do this, do that. Like you have a problem with you are dragging something. This person say, "Na me get them." The other person say, "Na me get them." Our religion, our traditional spirituality say, okay, we have a place, a shrine. No problem. Okay, don't kill yourself, please. It's practical. Go here, do this, take this thing. Okay, remove your shirt or remove your shoes. Go to this shrine. Oh yeah. You say now you get this thing. You say yes. You are sure? You say yes. The other person, you say now you get this thing. You say yes. Now you are sure? You say yes. No person. All of you are still arguing. Say now you okay. We shall see now. Say this, do this, do this, do this. If not me get them, this thing will happen, this and that. You talk. It's practical. It's not something that is we believe. God will see you. Don't worry. If you don't do, God will punish you. No. It's practical. Once you do that in our own system, you will start seeing results. Oku will be immediately. In the next few days, everything will be settled. What is more practical than it? And you come and say, oh, we are worshiping idol. Who are you to bring? What is idol? Who are you to give a standard of God and idol? Who are you? Therefore, we do not preach religious bigotry, please. It's not what we preach here. You have to understand us. People are twisted. There is something. Some people, very mischievous people, they will start saying, oh, we say when Biafra comes, we are going to ban Christianity. No, you never had it from our mouth. What we are doing is to try to put our people to reason, so that we start thinking in our natural way. Our own value, upholding our value. We have the right to do so. The same way the Europeans had the rights, the audacity. They came from Europe, they come to Africa and intimidated us through violence, through every kinds of means in order to accept their religion. We also have the right to reject it. Don't we have the right? Don't we have the right? Is that religious bigotry? No, the answer is no. It is not bigotry. We do not preach religious bigotry. We do not preach religious war. Rather, we are digging out the history of the hidden agenda and motives of foreign religion with which they conquered us mentally and turned us into stupid sheep, which should be slaughtered without resistance. We are bringing out some of the secrets of the divisions which made it easy for them to swallow us by piecemeals. We are bringing out the secrets behind the main reasons why we turned against our natural selves and values. Once we are able to be enlightened about these facts, we should be able to go back into cherishing and upholding our values. This is what we do on Radio Biafra London. Not preaching religious bigotry, never. Far be it. What we preach is that onye emebuna one mother emebuna one more, one more emebuna one mother emebuna one more. Be your own, leave me to be. You do not use your own in order to intimidate me. Let me tell you, if Religion is a good thing. Let me tell you, even the Fulani Caliphate, the Nigerian politicians, they will not allow it to be. But because they are using it, is good for the politicians. Do you understand? That is why they allow everybody, oh, I'm called, I'm a pastor. They say, okay. Continue. Can you deceive people for us? So you say, okay. How dare you, every time you see people say they are praying, call for prayers for Nigeria, fasting and prayer. Oh, what is that not called to stupidity, for goodness sake? In order to change a country, to change the status quo, things must happen. People must come out to do something. As people came out in NSAS protests, that is how things are done. Do you understand? It is not for prayer. The Europeans, they were even more stupid than Africans until they started understanding, they started thinking. And this thinking, this line of thought awakening was started by one or very few people. They started discussing, say, what? How can we be in a place with everybody and we become servants, always peasants, working our ass off and receiving nothing or receiving very little, whereas the kings, the queens, and their personal assistants, they are living big, flamboyant lives, doing nothing. We are peasants. They say, no, this can't happen. Before they know, the religious leaders, clergymen will tell them that, look, you have to obey your rulers, pray for them so that it will be good for you. They say no. That pattern of thought started growing in them into the population until it burst out into revolution. That is what we are doing. Because when we continue in this status quo, which means you want us also to continue in the Nigeria status quo. The restoration of Biafra starts with the restoration of our values, upholding our values. That is the reality. Because without it, we can never restore a sane country, sane nation. Do you understand? That is what we preach. Nwada, please come in so that I will open the lines in a jiffy. Go on, Nwada, please go.
Yeah, Mazi, the next thing I would like to contribute is this. You touch on everything. What I'm trying is highlighting on them. Somebody like me, and I believe some of us, or a whole lot of us, have been asking questions, rightfully. Why is it that the church, the church leaders, I'm talking about the Bishop of Canterbury and the Pope, are mute at what is happening in Biafra land or in Nigeria, how they are killing the Christians? They brought this thing to us, okay, made us to believe that's the right way. Okay, let me follow their argument. That's the right way, that's the only way. Then according to this particular religion, we are all equal before God, and human being is the highest creation of God, must be cherished, must be respected. Murder, killing people is a sin. Those who kill must go to hell. Okay. So, but now, another religion they are not part of, which they ask us to denounce every other religion, denounce every other cult, religion apart from this particular Christian religion, because that's the only way. These people are killing us, slaughtering us. It's in plain sight. It's not hidden agenda anymore. Their ministers, their representatives in Nigeria are being killed, kidnapped. They have not made a statement. They have not said anything. Mazi, it didn't start today. It didn't start today. So the argument then becomes, if they truly believe that they brought this thing to us for our own good, for us to make heaven, why are they keeping quiet and we are being killed? Why are they allowing the so-called enemies, the infidels, to be killing the righteous ones untimely, and God is silent and quiet too? And they, being the representative of God, are quiet too. They're not saying a word. Like you reference what that Pope did, by releasing an edict, signing it, that legitimized the Slavery Act. There was another Pope. So what I'm trying to establish here, there has been a pattern of them doing this, going on the wrong side of history, siding people when they are committing genocide or committing atrocities. The same thing they are claiming they came out to defend with their religion. This is what is fascinating to me. I stumbled into this one now. This is from the archive of Smithsonian. So anything in Smithsonian is, scholarly verified. So it says, the title is Newly Unsealed Vatican Archives Lay Out Evidence of Pope Pius the 12th's Knowledge of the Holocaust. I'm trying to bring this that this is not, we're not the only one that have done it too. It's their parent. So you begin to ask yourself, why are they not protecting humanity? This article says, I'm going to read a little bit. Pope Pius the 12th led the Catholic Church during the turmoil of the World War II, but his silence on the fate of the millions of Jews killed during the Holocaust has clouded his papacy with controversy. To critics, the pontiff's refusal to publicly condemn the Nazis represents a shameful moral falling with devastating consequences. In his polarizing 1999 biography of Pius, British journalist John Caldwell argued that the religious leader placed the papacy's supremacy above the plight of Europe Jews, winning a modicum of power and protection from the rising threat of communism by becoming Hitler popes and more. So this is the same thing they're doing with us now. That's why I'm reading this extra. Anybody who wants can go online and say it. It's the same thing. And we are being killed. Majority of us are Christians. They are not saying anything. They are not even intervening. And the people that are killing us are the people that are telling us are infidels. It's the same people that are telling us we should not believe in them. It's the same people that are telling us that they are going to hell. It's the same people that are telling us that the God that worshiping is not the right God. How can that be? These are questions I'm asking. These are the things I ask myself. I don't know what other people ask themselves questions. If they truly believe they brought Christianity for what they are claiming, that is from the true God, how can this God and them being the representative be quiet? And the people that were supposed not to associate with infidels are killing us, destroying our communities. How then can you tell a Muslim person that his God is not greater than your God because he prays to his God when he's coming to slaughter you, and then he comes and succeeds in slaughtering you? And then you're going to tell him your own God who is silent, your own God who is the true way, the light, is allowing you to be slaughtered. How do you convince this Muslim that God he prays to, whether he's the God that answers him or not, that's his belief? Because before they go on their fatwa, they take instruction from the mosque. They finish praying in the mosque. Fatwa is established, announced. They go out, they succeed killing people, and they are not even brought to book. Even when they're being arrested, they are let go. And the people who claim to be worshiping the true God are on the run. Those who survive. How do you convince these people that their God is not the right God? Can anybody any Christian answer me this question? Because they will tell you their God that is giving them the power to do exploits. Is their God that giving them, making them to be successful over you? That's why I'm trying to tell you that it depends from whatever belief you're coming from. You believe your own God is the true God. But in this situation I've cited now, if you're calling on your God from January to December for a particular thing and it's not answering you, how then can you say that that God can hear? How can you tell me that that God is the ultimate of supreme? How can Nigeria have been praying to God? The more they pray, the more Nigeria is going down. Is this God there? I have a question. How can a Christian be telling me you're praying from January to December, asking this God for one thing, whether it is healing, whether it is money or whatever you're claiming, you're not getting it? What is my conviction? How can I come out and defend? That's one of the challenges I said to myself when I was going through stress. I said, unless you heal me, I cannot speak of you. Because it's not about what happened to Paul. It's not about what happened in Corinthians. It shouldn't be about what happened all the ancient Romans. What is this God doing now? Is he dead? Has he stopped working? Has he stopped being God? These are questions I need these people to answer. Because somebody like me did not wake up in the morning and say, these things don't make sense to me anymore. It doesn't. Because it's only the God you call, that, the way you worship God. Because there's only one God. If I follow a particular way and seek him and he answers me, and anytime I seek him through that way, he answers me, that tells me that's the right way to pursue, because he's active. That is the medium to pursue him and to get him. Just the example you gave, Mazi. There are people today I know, communities I know, because I travel there. Mazi, in this place, these people do not lock them. They don't, when they finish building their houses, they don't have keys. They just put door because of animals. And I asked them, I said, why? Are you guys not afraid of somebody coming to steal? You know what my host told me? He said, Mama Marien, you see this my compound? Even if I travel and come back, nobody will come here and pick a pin. If they like, let them come and pick a pin. They will see. He started laughing. He's a Muslim. He said, I know what I put in my house. Even if I leave my door open, I'm telling you, even in the night, they don't lock the doors. They have no key. He said, let them come. That's what we're talking about. And then somebody will tell me the God that answered by fire, and you're calling him for one thing. Are we following the right way to seek him? That has been my argument, because I remember our ancestors, when they were practicing pure spiritualism. I'm not talking about religion. When they spoke, when they come out in the morning and call with the ofo and Ojino Senogo, Toya, things start happening. They didn't have to do it like from January to December, asking for one thing. That's the question we're asking. How can this God be silent? How? You have too many churches. You have, the number of churches you have in Biafra land is uncountable. Everybody now is a pastor. Everybody speaks in tongues. Yet this God is silent. All we're asking him, destroy our enemies, give us Biafra. But they are quick to reference to you in the Bible when God was called by the Jews through their own way. Immediately they do what they are asked to do. God will intervene. And if it's the one he will not intervene, he will tell them, because of your sins, I'm not going to intervene. I'm not talking about Christians, I'm talking about Orthodox Jews, those who practice Torah. Can people go back and see? But why is it that this Christian God, we have been calling him? In fact, the more we are calling him, the more the infidels, the more the unbelievers are subjugating us. What is? These are my core questions when it comes to this project. That is why when I hear people begin to sing this crazy, that's why I call it crazy songs, emotional songs and all these things, where is this God? Is there anything difficult for God to do? No. But the question is, are we seeking him through the right way? That's one of my core arguments. Because I know when you seek him through the right way, you do what you're supposed to do according to the way he has inspired your culture. Because God is one universal God, but to every culture, to every location, there's a guiding spirit, there's a monitoring spirit right there. That's the spirit that will inspire the people to come up with a way to reach God. There's only one God, but there are many lords. This is where people miss it. That is where we have missed it. Yeshua even never claimed to be a Lord, but call him a Lord, because a Lord, when you begin to interpret that, a Messiah. He said, I came for the Jews. He stated it in the Bible. I came for the Jews. I didn't come for the Gentiles. I didn't write the Bible. When a Gentile woman approached him, was begging him to heal the daughter or the child, he said, listen, the bread that are made for the masters are not for the servants. And the woman responded, even dogs that don't eat the table of a master when he's eating are entitled to eat the crumbs. According to the Bible story, Yeshua turned to her and said, because you believe, your daughter will be healed. But in that context was when he said, I did not come for the Gentiles. When he was arguing with the woman, when the woman was begging him to come, he said, ma'am, I am paraphrasing, I came for the Jews, I did not come for the Gentiles. But people are imposing him. People are trying to characterize him. People are trying to put it on Yeshua that he claimed he came for the whole world. No! Show me in the Bible. When you call him Jesus Christ, that is the Greek understanding of a savior. That's what they call him. So when you're invoking Jesus Christ, you're invoking the Lord of the Greeks. And then they want to ask that Lord of the Greeks. You're calling him, neglecting your own Lord, the spiritual entity that's supposed to guide you. You neglect it, and you're calling another spiritual entity to come and intervene in your shit. It's just like somebody, you go in a place, you have a problem, your father is there, some other person's father is there, you're calling somebody's father to come and intervene in your case when your father is there. Isn't that what we're, if not, why is this God not answering us? We must go with evidence. We can't be going with emotions. Let him answer us and prove himself that Christianity is the way and the only way out. Let him answer when we call. Is he silent? Is he deaf? Because there's a reason why somebody like me is arguing like this. I called through the Christian way for years. Nobody answered me. But when I left it and went another way, expressly I began to get a result of what I was looking for. Do I need anybody to convince me? That's why I argue this way. If you're doing something, the same thing, you get the same result. If the result you're getting is not the same, ask yourself, what is the problem? That's the argument we are making. We cannot have this amount of churches, this amount of born agains, this amount of evangelists, this amount of people speaking in tongues, more than when my ancestors lived. Yet they were able to do exploit. Today we can't do nothing. In fact, our moral standard is beyond decay. Look at our society. The only thing that trends is sexual things and lies. How to con somebody else to become rich. Nobody is speaking about hard work. That was what we were known for. That was what an Igbo man was known for. In fact, there was a saying when I was growing up that an Igbo man, you may see an Igbo man dressed tatteredly, but go and look at the family. That was the core value of an Igbo man. His value, the goodness of the quality of his family was his pride and strength. No more today. You see young men, they want to look like American actors and actors, and then not willing to do anything, even though I'm not blowing most of them because the threshold has not provided them. But instead of them to fight that system that is depriving them of their rights, they don't want to talk about it. A man now wants to take care, a woman to take care of him. That is not our value. Has never been. The pride of an Igbo man was his ability to take care of his family and defend his family. What happened to us? These are the questions somebody like me are asking. And yet, majority of them are Christians. The same Bible they're talking about said, a man who cannot provide for his wife, his family, is an infidel, is not worthy to live. Why are they not or even obeying the principle of what they claim they be? That's another one I don't understand. It's easy to quote, but implement what you're quoting because it's not your culture. That's why it's half-baked. Half-baked. The people that gave you the religion, you come to their society, that is not what is propelling them. That is not what has developed them. You referenced Malaysia and Singapore the other day. Yeah, I think it was yesterday, Mazi. Tiny country. But you see our Biafrans, they're doing everything to go there. And then when they go there, they go to that tiny little country that even Malaysia today, one of their export is oil. They came and took the knowledge from us when Mbakwe developed other farm. They came and took the knowledge from. That is their major exporting cash crop today. Nigeria, Biafra land now, if you go to that other farm, is nothing to write home about. Malaysia is they are running to. Singapore, they are running to. Even the tiniest island in this world, you will see an Igbo man. And that the person is a Christian. My argument to them is, was it Christianity or is it Christianity that developed the place you're going? You that is a Christian, you that speaks in tongues, you that know God more than them, you go to Dubai, it's a Muslim country. Was it religion that developed them? No. Because the religion you are calling, you are talking about, disappointed you. That's why you are running somewhere else. Because if that religion is what you're preaching to me, you want me to come into it, you should not be leaving your space of abode. In fact, you should be, that God would have made that place so palatable that you wouldn't even want to leave. Then you can worship him and know why you're worshiping him. I'm not talking about God, I'm talking about the Lord that invoking on us, because there's only one universal God. And until people begin to think from this point of view, that all these people that are coming up with this concept of religion, what they're talking to you is about Lord, not God, because there's only one God. Oh, the God told me to do this. Oh, God called me. Okay, God has called you. What has your calling? What impact has your calling made to you as an individual to your society? Because the only way you're getting away or getting above others is by doing what? Manipulating them, using them, exploiting them. The business that pastor is setting up, is it God that set the business for him? No, he used your money, your own money, to set the business, to build the church. When he's building the church, he will tell you it's our church. When he finished building the church, the names in the deed of the church is that of his family. But when he comes to you, tell you to pray so that God will drop money from heaven to you. Why didn't he or she pray for God to send them money and put it in their account from heaven? Why are people not asking questions? The same minister will be sick. He will fly in a jet, go to these so-called countries that are unbelievers to get medical help. But when he comes to you, tell you, come, I'm going to pray and pour olive oil on you. And you believe that. The same pastor is telling you, the heavenly, don't worry about here. Heaven is our place. The land, the roads are tied with gold and diamonds. You don't have to worry about the physical things. Don't pursue it. That same pastor will take his child to those places he called unbelievers and developed, to go to school, to learn the ways of the unbelievers, the values of the unbelievers. And when he's dying off, his own child, the same child that went to the land of the unbelievers to get training, will come back and start heading the church. You that have been in that church, paying your contribution and everything to go to heaven, and you did not even develop your own skill, your potential. This little child you knew the day he was born will come back and lead you. You wonder why you have a lot of corruption in the churches, because they are not honest. These are the things I'm talking about. And I mean all religions. I'm not just talking about Christian. What I'm talking about is found in every organized religion. Because the whole intention is not to lead people to God's way, or to come to know God. It's all about control and usage of other people to advance their own selves. That's the bottom line. Mazi, I'm going to end here.
Before I open the line, there is something somebody sent to me. He said, as the Bible says, Britain, that is a Christian country, they brought us Christianity, right? Don't be equally yoked with unbelievers, as I read in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14 to 17. But Britain amalgamated us with Muslims. So what is it? They yoked us with the heavy unbelievers according to the Christian standard.
Exactly.
No, why did they yoke us with the worst part is out of ignorance. Our people carry this thing for head. They don't even understand. They don't even understand that they use this in Ejiri. They don't know. That is where if the Europeans are looking at us, they are laughing. They say these people are stupid. They went to apologize to people that opened eye in Canada, the indigenous people there that knew, understood, and fought for reparations for what Roman Catholic Church did to them. But ourselves, we carry out. People are still contributing money, sending money to Rome, percentage to Rome and Canterbury. Among the problem we are in, we are in a mess. But we must deliver ourselves from this.
Yes, honestly. But the youth talk, they know. That's why the argument I'm making my judgment. If they believe in what they're saying, why would you yoke us with unbelievers? And then you're supporting the unbelievers to continue to subjugate us. Why? Isn't that against principle of what you're preaching? By the way, who is the present Prime Minister of Britain today? Is he a Christian? This one that just took over, is he a Christian? But Britain is the head of Anglican Church. They really want to. They want somebody to tell me convert people. Have that man that is there now just took over the mantle of their leadership as a prime minister. Is he a Christian? Like you said, Mazi always.
Without any change, according to one man. Change, honestly, but we must deliver ourselves, and that is what we are doing, because our stupidity is too much and is blocking our progress as a people. What I'm talking as a people, because you can claim this thing is working for me, working for you as an individual, it doesn't mean anything. It's what you believe. That's it. As a people, we are going down. You understand? Until we restore our values. That is when we will restore a very sane country that we manage. We should manage and control and advance and develop. This is where I'm going to stop. We are going to go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please don't go away. I'll be right back.
You become slaves just because you decided to be Christians. Did you decide to be a Christian? African spirituality will teach you, know thyself. We are living in a society where things which are ours, we no longer respect them. We respect things which are brought from outside. We have reggae, like Bob Marley says, we have reggae back into slavery. And Pope Nicholas V issued a paper bull, that was a decree, telling all Christians that perpetually enslave people who are not Christians. Why? You sure? The decree A leader who says that he is going to build a cathedral. Meanwhile, we have so many churches there. You look into Accra and you study the population of so-called Christians, and you will see that Ghana, we are very, very developed in stupidity. We are going backwards. Every time you have a painting of the devil, what color? Black. Every time you have a painting of the angel, is white. And they continue teaching you that, and you continue accepting that one. Are you not enslaving your mind, your children, your children's children? What is wrong with the African?
Papa, please, so are you saying that we've become slaves just because we decided to be Christian? Papa, please, so are you saying that we've become slaves just because we decided to be Christian?
Obochi Afo. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Remember, we are not preaching religious bigotry here. People that are wronged, people that are slaughtered, people that have been demonized, we have the right to at least rise up. We have the right to expose things done to us. We have the right to so. So if you are mistaking what we are doing here as a religious bigotry, it is your problem. You understand? The restoration of Biafra is what we are in. Some people think that we are going to restore, we are in for restoring another useless African country. No. Instead of that, instead of restoring a country where we will be ignorant and a country of zombies, instead, let us stop it. Instead, our leader say, instead of it, let Biafra no come. I'm telling you, Kai suffer one the Fulani boy direct.
I greet you once again this evening. Pastor Jonathan and our sister. I greet my leader, our leader. 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 power to use to deceive the gullible ones, to make money from them. Honestly, the worst of the worst is that Igbos as a race, ndị Igbo waka ama n'ama. Honestly, the worst of the worst is that Igbos as a race, ndị Igbo waka ama n'ama. The worst of the worst is that Igbos as a race, ndị Igbo waka ama n'ama. Saboteurs, they are Igbo people. What a shame of group of people. So, our people must be very, very careful to receive this information to be a human being. That religion have destroyed Igbo race. Number one problem Igbo have is they don't have time to listen for God. Instead, they follow the wrong way, which hope they are going to help.
Thank you, Mazi.
medication to go and take care of himself, and at the end of the day, you flew back to the country that are Christian, deceiving people every day. Took water, you pour it on it and ask somebody to drink, you drink it, you will be healed in the name of Jesus. You know, our people are mad. I'm telling you honestly speaking. Earlier the better we begin to understand these things, earlier better for all of us. Biafra is our religion, and we are going nowhere. This is why we are.
What's up? Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Call on, what's up? Call on, what's up? Can you hear me? Go on, please.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening.
There, Mazi.
My name is Mazi. I'm calling from Biafra land.
There, we'll go on, please.
Mazi, please, I really appreciate your effort and our mom here. Mama Maria, I really appreciate whatever you people are doing, educate us, to people so that people will understand more better. Not everybody are listening to Radio Biafra. Not everybody, but I plead those who are listening to Radio Biafra, whenever you see anybody, your people, start teaching them, preaching to them about this our religion, because this is how Christianity went into, and Christianity have deeply destroyed us. I must sincere Christianity have deeply destroyed us, especially this Catholic have destroyed all of us. They come with that saying Catholic, they told you that if you didn't receive Holy Communion that you will not go to heaven. And I was like, is Holy Communion God? Is the Holy Communion the way to heaven or what? No, the thing destroy our system, I must confess, and it's hard time we begin to go back to who we are. Even it was in the Bible, when God wanted to, if anytime God wants to punish the Israelites, read it very well. It's either the Israelites are using another way of people to serve God, like maybe as God give us our own way, that is our own way is a traditional way. We should serve him in traditional way. And we live traditional. We are using European ways to serve God. Look at our town, look at our villages, look at our state. No development, nothing, because we abandon our God and we are calling God of another people. So before he will come from London, from Europe to answer us, it will take time. That is why our prayer from Europe to answer us, it will take time. That is why our prayer are not answered. That is why we pray for January to December, year to year, praying to God to answer. We are not calling our God. We are calling the God of Europeans. So for him to come, the distance, how much are here to answer us? He will not. But if we go back to our traditional way, call him the way our ancestors call him the way our forefathers call him, our own way. I believe you me, once you call God, God will answer you that day. Thank you.
Well, there were Mazi. There were. Thank you very much. We must continue. I have a caller on signal. Caller on signal, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Jonathan.
There we go on.
Good evening, sir. My name is Mazi Fine. My sister Nwada Marien, my greeting to you. Mazi, I thank you for the take this based on matter. Mazi, I sister not the just better that I didn't eat. I'm hungry because you always hungry me to listen to this religious matter, because I knew that the white men have eaten us. White men have finished us. White men have, they have killed us with religion. Like as what you said when you started giving us orientation, how they came with the Portuguese, how they came with the missionaries. In one hand, they came with missionaries. In another hand, they came with the trade and barter. If he refused to take missionaries and he said that he wants to trade with them, they will give you a hand for trade and barter. But if he go with missionaries, then we withdraw trade and barter. As we come to our own side, these people use our forefathers, then deceive our forefathers in area of trade and barter, to make our forefathers to be involved in slave trade. Then carry our forefathers, use them as a slave trade merchandise for them to get what they need, for them to use religion and take our resources and they make us to become perpetual blindness. That's what these European people did. But this time around, we have realized that the religion they brought to us is a fake. Whereby, this time around, our people will steal our money to the same Europeans on their own various bankies. Then we accommodate them and they save them and they give them upper hand for them for the stealing, for our things where they stay and come to their country. In that area, they will not come. They will not preach to them about religion. They will not tell them that this thing that you are doing is against religion. They will not preach to them because they have received their own return. They have known that yes, they need to keep silent for our people to steal our wealth and keep for their own various bank, for them to be enriching themselves. For we that accept their religion, continue to remain perpetual poor. Mazi, we can never allow that kind of nonsense. let European come and, in short, I'm calling them now. Let them come and carry their religion. No, we no need that religion again. Europeans, come and carry una religion. Come and carry una Christianity. Go. We don't need them again. Because I remember when a God speak to Elijah, he told Elijah, tell that rich man, go to that river. Like as we have Amambra River, we have Imo River, we have other local rivers in our various vicinities. That's how it is that time. That's why I'm starting wondering whether that God that speak to Elijah to tell that man, go to that river and enter that river 7 times, you will see your healing. You will receive your healing. Whether the same God still exist in this present time, because I doubt it. If that God still exists, the God that instructed the man to go and enter the river, 7 times you will get your healing. I don't know whether the same God is speaking to Nigeria pastors. In short, let me not call Nigeria pastors, African pastors this time around. Why that God never speak to them, where they are displaying immoral in the name of BB Niger. All the whole pastors in Africa have keep mute on that immoral they are displaying as BB Niger. A program that only educate people how to commit immoral. None of African pastors has come and condemned that immoral. My brother Jonathan, in fact, coming of Biafra will open the eyes of Africa. Coming of Biafra will let Africa know that the religion which this European brought to us is a fake religion. That it is time for them to come and take this religion back to their place. We don't need that religion. 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 We don't need that religion.
And emechan chọpụta na ndị be anyị the brainwashing they go too deep. They are not even willing to learn to even listen. Kedu ụdị analysis anyị emebere Mazi? dise na akwụkwọ nsọ ebunyere ụnụ gwara ọrụ na God of Bible n'okere mmadụ na-abụ n'okere ihe niile nọ n'ụwa ka wee kee mmadụ na-abụ Adam na Eve na the whole world mmadụ na-abụ ha mụta mmadụ na-abụ ọkwa 4 ha were kọwakwa dị akọ na dị akwụkwọ wee sị na eji mechaa jee ịchụ aja ofu onye wube ibe anya ụfụ. Some of those they are not willing to listen. Na akọ ikwu ata aga another term signi na agba Christianity mgba. Meanwhile, onye na anya da fight Christianity. If I na-eme enlightenment, get our people. Mother please, mother onye.
As our brother is saying, let me say this also. We should never be frustrated. something that took centuries to propagate. It's not easy to dislodge from the brain. It has become part of us, thinking in that pattern, that way they want us to think. It has become part of us because something we were born with. When you are born into that thing. Don't you know that even we are courageous even in order to challenge part of us because something we were born with. When you are born into that thing. Don't you know that even we are courageous even in order to challenge part of us because something we were born with. When you are born into that thing. Don't you know that even we are courageous even in order to challenge part of us because something we were born with. When you are born into that thing. Don't you know that even we are courageous even in order to challenge part of us because something we were born with. When you are born into that thing. Don't you know that even we are courageous even in order to challenge part of us because something we were born with. When you are born into that thing. Don't you know that even we are courageous even in order to challenge being there for 6 minutes. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi.
There, we'll go on, please.
Okay, good evening, Mazi. Good evening, Madam Haider. I thank the both of you for the beautiful work you've been doing by propagating the gospel of Biafra. Mazi, I want to start from where you stopped. You know, you spoke about Pope Nicholas V. You know, when he gave the order for slaves to be taken. You know, decades later after his reign, another pope by the name of Pope Alexander VI also beckoned on Christian monarchs to conquer native populations in the name of the Catholic Church. Afterwards, while discussions about slavery often center on European nations' wrongdoings, European historians often obscure the role of the Catholic Church. The European historians are trying to cover up the Catholic Church, just like how they are trying to cover what King Leopold did in Congo. But they are propagating the one that Hitler did in Europe. Now, I want to bring it to the knowledge of all Biafrans about this baptism thing and the Holy Communion in the Catholic Church. We must understand.
Mazi, before you continue, let me say so. Mazi, can you hear me, please? Just hold on.
Yes, I can. Okay.
Before you continue, like what you said now, you know, that they are covering up. They are, yes, you are right. But that is the role of a colonist. That is the role of a slave master. He must continue covering up what their back, what they did. But it is the role of the victims, we the victims, to continue pushing. I gave an example of the, I think some months back or early this year or last year, I've forgotten. This present Pope, he traveled to Canada and he publicly apologized to the indigenous people for the role in killing. Do you know why they were able to obtain this? Because they have been pushing for this. They recognize what the church did to them. He cleared them. That keyword, that is a keyword, recognition by the victims of those crimes. If they didn't recognize and they continue carrying Bible, defending everything that Bible say, do you think that Pope will go there to apologize to them? They will leave them because it is good for the oppressors. It's good for them. So the problem of Africa is that Africans don't even want to record. They cherish their chains, mental chains. They are still thinking that this church come to save them. They defend it. So why should the oppressors come to apologize to you? Why should they come to do something? Why should they take you serious? So what am I saying? It is for the victims to continue pushing. Armenia pushed for how many years? More than 100 years. They were pushing to be recognized. I mean, the slaughter by Ottoman Empire that is no more in existence. But they continue pushing that the United Nations, the world body, international community should recognize that Ottoman Empire committed genocide against Armenia during the First World War, 1914 to 1917. Do you know that if it is us, mostly Igbo people, they will fight any person that wants to talk about it. They will kill you. They will tell you want to go backwards. We have to go forward. Just forget about what happened in the past and move forward. That is the attitude of very lousy victims. I'm telling you. But we are no more. We are no more that type of people. This generation of Biafrans, we are no more that type of people. We continue pushing until we get what we want. Mazi, go on, please.
Exactly. Okay. I want to quickly talk about the Holy Communion. The Holy Communion in Catholic Church is a ritual. Christianity was not the first religion to practice communion. Ritual ingestion of wine was already common and secret at least 500 years before the birth of Jesus, known as Bacchus. I don't know if you can remember, but in the 80s, there was this wine they used to sell in Nigeria, Bacchus tonic wine. Yeah. So now, Dionysus was a Greek god of fertility and ecstasy. Celebrated through ritual, wine drinking, and yearly festivals that also include dancing and intoxication. It was also revealed that not only is Dionysus born of a virgin, but his blood is wine to be shared, just like the way they do in the Catholic Church. Now, I want to quickly dive into baptism. Baptism, it was typical of the Catholic Church throughout its history to adopt the practice of pagan religions and Christianize the pagan rituals. The use of rosary beads, praying to statues, popish gatto, the terms like pontiff, all-seeing father, are all Greek and Vikings analogies. Like in which they call their deity Dios. The Vikings, they call their own Odin. And these two are referred to the all-seeing father. These pagan practices that the Papists, that's the brought in to their Roman deity, they brought all this into the Roman practice. quickly give two examples. Among the Greeks and Romans, the newborn child was baited and named and recognized by the father as his son. That they will use water on him. Also, it was written that among the Yoruba Negroes, a priest is sent for at the birth of a child. At the actual name given, the child's face is sprinkled with water from a vessel which stands under a secret tree. Mazi, we in the Igbo, I think we are a funny set of people, because when we are trying to let them know what is happening, they believe I don't know what they think. This is us as Africans. We practice spiritualism, we don't practice religion. Countries of Europe, they changed their name to God. The name weren't, it was not God. They changed it. And they said that he's the all-seeing Father, all-knowing Father, which they use in the prayer in the Catholic, beginning with our Father who art in heaven. All these things was taken from the Greeks and the Vikings and incorporated into the Catholic Church. Mazi, thank you so much. Thank you.
There were Mazi. We must continue. I have a caller on direct line. Can you hear me? No, it's gone. I don't know. I picked the call we cut. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
There were Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. There were Mazi Nwada Marien. Kanenga wine. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. There were one Chineke. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwu. Let us fight for our freedom so that we can have a good government in Biafra land that will take care of everybody. Do you know what that a chronicle Christianity we told you? That this world is not for he or her. That he have a heaven where well built by God. That he is going. That those that are fighting for freedom is unbeliever. That they are fighting the government. That the Bible said that you should pray for government because it's their God that instituted them. That is what he. Oh my God. Ndị arịrị anyị front and back. Ndị a mere anyị alụ. Okay, now. Then we told this Christianity, chronic Christianity. We told you that the Jesus is in them is greater than who is in the world. That no weapon fashioned against them will prosper. But Fulani will enter inside church and slaughter you people like a chicken. Jesus is nowhere to be found. Today, thousands or millions of Christianity in Nigeria, Fulani terrorists are being slaughtering you people like a chicken. The useless Jesus is nowhere to be found.
Mazi, please, Mazi, there is a way.
Who is fooling who?
Mazi, please. No matter what, please, we should be wise when we talk. I don't accept calling it that. No, I will not accept it. Please, it doesn't matter. Let us stop functioning with emotion, but let us function with brain. Millions of people are listening, no matter what.
Okay.
We convince people with a superior argument, not insulting what many people hold as their God or anything. No, that is not our mission here. We convince you. Now it is for you to think. That's it. Please.
Okay.
Go.
Okay, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. I'm not functioning or saying all I'm saying with emotion. No. But I know I'm understand what you are saying. But we are here for fact and figure. Now, Justice Suleiman told their members that they will use Jesus to protect themselves. But Justice Suleiman went and bought a car that have a bulletproof to protect him and his family. And the enemy of Suleiman came up and slaughtered those their members. And Jesus cannot protect them. My dear brother, those that are still in this illusion called Christianity, these people is a big fool. My Jonathan, I'm arrest my case.
There were. We must continue. You know, what we do here is to bring people to reason. Not, we are not here to insult your, what do you call it? Being your sensitivity, no, or what you no,
or your belief.
Or your belief.
Is your belief.
Yes, it is your belief. If Biafra comes, if you want, you can believe on anything. That is your problem. But we want, all we preach is for you to reason and make the right choice and understand our problems or the source of our problems. What you think that is from heaven knows where, it is not. After all, it is not like that. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Sorry for keeping you. I don't know that you pick.
Mazi Jonathan.
There, welcome to the program.
Mazi Ndewo. Mazi Jonathan. Continue strengthening you. Continue to strengthen our Nwada Marien Haider. I salute you all. Jonathan, before I go on, sometimes your
We are not checking with Biafra, and we are not checking with that Kanu. And that Kanu must be released by Malame. Instead, we want Nigeria and everybody perish. Nonsense. Look what. That's it. Want to call him again. I want to call him again. This shot, question of it was instead, I feel like it's Jonathan. All these leaders here, Biafra, they will please.
It's not an easy thing what both of you are doing. Just all this, try here to dig out some of these informations and lay it bare to our people to see. My name is Mazi. It's not an easy thing what both of you are doing. Just all this, try here to dig out some of these informations and lay it bare to our people to see. My name is Mazi. The same man, the office of service administration, affected so many members of my family because I came from a family. First of all, we are Catholic before we moved to these Pentecostal churches. So we have Assemblies of God Church, and also we have Deeper Life, and we don't go together. Both of them are of the same Pentecostal churches. Now we have so many. That's one of our sister that was about 40-something years when she got married to a man that his wife died. It's just because of where he was waiting for a deeper man to come all the way from wherever they are trading from to come and marry her in the village, and she end up becoming an old woman. In my family also is the same. My mother also, it affected me directly what you are just preaching today. That so many times my mother have to take us and run in the streets is because she believed that my father is Onyogo more. This woman will go to church, and sort of these people telling these people to go and make food for their husband. They keep these women in the church, telling them that if their husband is not following them, they need to cut them off because they're gonna make them go to hell, you know. And then this man will
Mazi, sorry, I'm not cutting you, but you know, when I sometimes when people criticize what we are doing, what we are preaching here to restore our people, upholding our values, I bow whether these people they are born on planet Mars, whether they are not Biafrans. What you are saying, many of us, most of us suffered the same thing. This religion came and scattered us. I say completely. We start seeing our husband, we start seeing the wife as a demon. Wife, we start seeing the husband as the Satan. You know, brothers and sisters are scattered. And, you know, mutual suspicion, always. Because of religion, it's very sad. Mazi,
so,
please go on.
In some of the cases, this man, mother will be cooking, and after coming back very late, and this man will be waiting, pay more. He has already given money for the food to be cooked. All you're hearing is Aina la la, Aina la niwe, and then you're singing for this man that go and pay your bride price. Just is horrible what these people did to us. You know, let me say, after this man managed to collect all the money from tithe and offering, the man of deeper life who stop people from watching TV. Do you know he built a bridge in somewhere in Yoruba land that worth over 10 billion naira? And they build a satellite and they build a 1 mega church and the rest of them. It's only the people I have a problem with. It's mostly the Igbo ones. When Haider was saying something, look at Obi, look at the governors. That is why Onyendu say we are conquered people already. Nigerian government refused Onyendu to wear Isiagu to the court. We are not being represented. Our value is gone as a race. The Christianity is hitting us in this side. Also, the government is hitting us on the other side. They make sure that we have nothing to remember who we are as people. If not because of this message that I can tell you categorically that my sister, my little sister, cannot tell me. They make sure that we have nothing to remember who we are as people. If not because of this message that I can tell you categorically that my sister, my little sister, cannot tell me.
Afraid, please. No, but you call God that. Where is it? It's unbelievable, honestly. They just mess up our thinking faculty.
Mad. Yeah, let me tell you something. Yeah,
Where is it? It's unbelievable, honestly. They just mess up our thinking faculty.
Mad. Yeah, let me tell you something. Yeah, this
the program. Go on, please. Call on, what's up?
Yeah, Mazi, good evening.
There we go.
Good evening. My name is Nwobi Chukwualoka. I'm calling from Oka, province Biafra land. Mazi, honestly, Nwada really touched, as in, it provoked the way I'm thinking. You know all this. Okay, I'm calling from Oka, province Biafra land. Mazi, honestly, Nwada really touched, as in, it provoked the way I'm thinking. You know all this.
They prevent this freedom of worship. It's a hippo. You know, that is the irony of it and the arrogancy of imperialism. That is exactly the character they take. As we are preaching, they say, no, you are trying to cause a religious war. Yeah. But they do their own thing with impunity. Whether you like it or not, is everybody. All of you is everybody. Do you see that? They don't consider freedom of worship. They don't consider about your feelings, that you are not among them, that you don't believe what they believe. They don't consider
was instilled to you, that's all you know. So it's not easy. Behavior learned and not easy to unlearn, but it's doable. That's my own argument. That is why I come with simple questions, things that are happening was instilled to you, that's all you know. So it's not easy. Behavior learned and not easy to unlearn, but it's doable. That's my own argument. That is why I come with simple questions, things that are happening learned and not easy to unlearn, but it's doable. That's my own argument. That is why I come with simple questions, things that are happening if a Muslim can go to the mosque and after finish praying, asking God, whatever, however they understand it, to empower them to go and kill unbelievers, and they're able to come out and they're able to kill, however they understand it, to empower them to go and kill unbelievers, and they're able to come out and they're able to kill people, and that's what they will tell you. We are the ones on the right side of God. Because if you are on the right, why can't this God defend you and show? I'm not saying God has no power, but I'm making an argument because God has nothing to do with what we're fighting. These are the concept of men. That's my argument. Because even when you go to the Christian Bible and show, I'm not saying God has no power, but I'm making an argument because God has nothing to do with what we're fighting. These are the concept of men. That's my argument. Because even when you go to the Christian Bible, these are the concept of men. That's my argument. Because even when you go to the Christian Bible, with God, immediately through his own laws, immediately something happened. The prophets of Baal went in disarray. Simple question: where is God? God does exist, but my own argument today is subject that we have abandoned the Lord. Because when you go even to the Bible, there is God, whom I call the Godhead. Then you have the Lord God. That's the spirit. That's the spirit that is every community, every tribe have their own Lord God. That is the overseer, spiritual overseer of that community. That what they do. When you abandon your own and you're calling another one, that's the problem we are going to. That's my own. Whether you come in from a Christian point of view, Christianity or not, ask yourself question. There are people that claim to be, that call themselves Christians. Excuse me, Yoruba Christians. discovering, as I'm exploring this, spiritualism. They're trying to catch up with what ancestors practice. Their method might have been different. They didn't put it in the equation A plus 2 squared. No. It was a principle. It was a law. They were a set of laws. Once you apply them, you can stay here and manipulate things in another place. Because they are able to break the barrier of physical dimension and go into spiritual dimension where things are settled. These are my own quests. These are things I'm talking about. That is why even when I'm in a place where people begin, because they are able to break the barrier of physical dimension and go into spiritual dimension where things are settled. These are my own quests. These are things I'm talking about. That is why even when I'm in a place where people begin, religious setting, sit down there, they finish what they're doing, I will walk away. Because I know that what I know now and continue to acquire the knowledge is greater than what they're doing. Because if they will allow me to minister to them, I will share with them some of the secrets of life. So I am happy. I'm not angry. I want them to get there, because if what you're doing, you so believe in it, there are certain things you cannot do. You cannot hate your fellow human being. You cannot take it. You cannot take it. And you know the principles, the qualities, the characteristics of God Almighty. Why are you doing what you're doing without fear? Are you not afraid that this God has the power to destroy you? Are you not afraid that because of your ways, your activities, your life, your manipulation of another, for your fellow human being, that when you put your petition before the Ancient of Days, that your prayer cannot be answered because you already violated the foundation? Because if you have to be pure, you have to come to God with purity and equity for it to work. You can't come to God with unclean hands. It won't work. That was the ways of our ancestors. That is why when you come and say, Buzo Juogu, Iga Juogu, am I coming with an unclean hands or clean hands? That is why I try to separate what I'm talking about with modern day traditional religion they're talking about. You will see some, how can you go to a traditionalist and say, I want to use somebody else for money ritual? And somebody is entertaining that? That's corruption before even you start. How can you go to somebody and say, I want to do voodoo on somebody, and the native doctor did not ask you, what did the person How can you go to somebody and say, I want to do voodoo on somebody, and the native doctor did not ask you, what did the person? How can you go to somebody and say, I want to do voodoo on somebody, and the native doctor did not ask you, what did the person? How can you go to somebody and say, I want to do voodoo on somebody, and the native doctor did not ask you, what did the person?
That what we are doing here is to try to push us to reason like human beings we are. You know, when we talk about all these foreign religions, we are all victims. We have the experiences in our land. I'm sorry for the fluctuation of what is happening. I think it's the connectivity, but I will repeat this program. During the week, I will repeat it. Religion brought divisions, hypocrisy, and supports maltreatment of others. Others that are considered non-members. You understand? But our natural value, our values encourage mutual respect. That is why it was surprising to our ancestors to see people that came and start talking about religion, which is for them, it is something, you know, it is unnatural. How can you be preaching to me to change to your way of living? It baffles them, or it baffled them, honestly. Because our own, we don't even, anywhere we go, we respect their culture, and we expect people, if they come to our land, they respect our own culture. I could remember there is this one, I don't know whether you know this program before, is it on IBC culture? I could remember there is this one, I don't know whether you know this program before, is it on IBC? So you respect it. Some people don't, you know, different animals and different things they don't do. So people are expected to respect mutually, to have mutual respect of cultures and values. It's not going to impose your own. It's not going to impose your own. It's not going to impose your own. Convert you to come to my own party, and you also try to convert me to come to your own party through anything available. But our value is not like that. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't. But our value is not like that. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't. But our value is not like that. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't. But our value is not like that. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't. But our value is not like that. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't. But our value is not like that. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't. But our value is not like that. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't. Somebody that knows there will tell you, hey, look at how Malaysia is. It's not what you think. Do you understand me? So, belief is different from knowing. Somebody that knows there, he will not tell you, I believe. No, he say, I know. So when they call you a believer, they are calling you simply a stupid person. You believe because you're stupid. Do you understand me? So, we are trying to make sure to go back to our value, our natural value that we were before. We are doing well. We were, doing very, very well. Sitting, enjoying ourselves, doing things with one accord until this
Biafra. We saturate the whole of Biafra land. Wherever you are, just touch the dial 102.1 FM. Olu, Owerri, Enugu, Anambra, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Asaba, and many more. Radio Biafra, we got you covered. Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
We, the indigenous people of Biafra, ably led by
Saint Mazi Nnamdi Kanu,
humbly called on traditional rulers, aka Ndeze, town union, churches, villages, kindreds, Ndiamala, and all paternal and maternal homes to beg hear our voice and hear our cry in this request to please do the needful now before it is too late. We ask all the people involved to beg, try and bury all the corpses we scatter all over Biafra land. For this one, they should say it they bring us spiritual and physical problem, and now we they suffer we no know. When you know the root cause of the sickness, the treatment now don't dey easy. I beg my people.
Now we don't sabi the cause of the sickness. IPOB don't come with the solution.
The research wey you do show say some dead body don dey up to 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and the death count na human being we go bury or na firewood. Everybody wey this one concern, we IPOB dey beg una, abeg make una do something no, because anybody when person start the journey, when he never reach the destination, in heart no go come down. As we never bury our people, our heart never come down. All the obnoxious high burial demands, competitions, effigy from churches, Ndiamala, Omona, in-laws, maternal and paternal homes, when they cause this delay and wahala for our people, I beg, make una try do something. Now all these things they cause in the build mortuary, like said in the build
joint,
church, filling station everywhere for Biafra land. I beg, mortuary, na factory, na children's amusement park. No. A stitch in time saves 9. With the call therefore, say make everybody try for 3 days when your person kaput, make una bury am. After, una go do the ceremony, una go do the effigy, we follow am.
Churches, traditional rulers, and other people that matters, I beg, make una chook mouth and chook eye and help us for this matter.
Because the person when they pursue cow, they call a name. If you no hold the medicine, he go hold the thing when they dose the cow. Now we they call una. And the one una talk, he go stand. I beg my people, make we comot this danger, comot our people from bondage. If una not do something, we the indigenous people of Biafra, under Saint Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, no go waste time to do the needful so as to remove the yoke and our people from bondage. And soonest we go begin the closure of many mortuaries for Biafra land. The only dead body when we want make it there for mortuary, now the only one
we get case with them they treat.
And after they don't finish the whole thing, settle everything, make them bury them. Mortuary no be factory, mortuary no be industry, mortuary no be amusement park again, no be recreational center, no be children's park. Remember, person wey sell land burying dead body don't bury 2 corpses. Shey you never know. Now we be the owners of the land, and we don't tell you now the time to cleanse our land now. Make una do the needful. Our land go dey calm and our ancestors go happy wherever them dey.
Now the indigenous people of Biafra under Saint Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they bring una this message. Please, our heart they bleed to save our people. Ona bokoko wanu ohia ya gakwuru kwa osisi ọkọwakwana mmadụ ya gakwuru mmadụ ibe ya n'ihi na onye a na-achụ ehi na-akpọpụ ma o ji ọgwụ ya o ji nri ya ebe nwata na-ebe akwa na-atụ aka ma isi nne ya nọrọ ya ke nne ya ga-anọrịrị ya ọkụkọ sị na ihe na-esi aṅụ mmiri lewe anya n'elu na ọ bụ ebe ọnwụ na-egbu ya na-esi abịa. Biko nụ anyị ji ohere a anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụafọ Biafra, indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB n'aha mkpimkpi n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ na-arịọ ndị eze ndị ụka dị iche iche, ndị ọha obodo dị iche iche, ndị ụmụnne nna, ndị ụmụnne nne, na ọsịkwa na ọsịrị ka ha biko nyere anyị aka dịka ugwu ka anyị buru ebele. Nchọnchọ anyị mere gosiri na ozu ndị a niile bụ nke ndị anyị nọ na mọchụarị anyị na-elibeghị so na-akele anyị ụkwụ na-epile anyị aja na garị. Biko ka anyị mara na ihe anyị ga-eme lipụ ozu ndị a, hapụkwana ihe ndị ọzọ sochiri ya. Anyị lipụchi ozu ndị a nwanne, anyị abịa n'obi emeghakwara ama ndị sochiri ya. Anyị na-arịọ unu onye ọbụla nwụrụ ọnụ were mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 lie ya, bịa hazie ihe niile. Ihe mezikwanara emezi, a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Biko ihe ndị a na-ebutere anyị nsogbu ruo na a ga-eji mọchụarị na-akpa anyị ọgba ebe niile. Ozu a dọrọ n'ihu, dọrọ n'azụ, dọrọ n'ụlọ, dọrọ n'uko, dọrọ n'usekwu, dọrọ na palọ, dọrọ na senta tebụl. Anyị na-ele ya anya. Chineke, igbe ozu mana m ụmụnna ma enweghị ike iji amịrị igbe akwa ebe mkpokoro eso dị mma ma eji ihe eme ọla aka. Unu ma ihe m na-ekwu maka na nwata be nne ya be nna ya amara na ihe ọ ga-ebe agwụla. Anyị arịọ unu ka unu nwee ike mee ihe ugbu a mgbe chi na-efobere tutu mmiri asọwa ọgba. Anyị ma ihe eji na-ekwu ihe a. Ụfọdụ mọchụarị nọ n'ala Biafra anyị ga-emechi ha, n'ihi na mọchụarị abụghị ebe ụmụntakịrị na-aga egwuregwu, ọ bụghị ebe ndị okenye na-aga ezuru ike, ọ bụghị ebe a na-atatụ ihe n'ọnụ ma ọ bụ kwọ ngaji n'eze, ọ bụghị ebe a na-aga nlele. Ihe eji agba na ntị eji ya agba n'anya. Anyị na-arịọ unu ka unu mee ihe kwesịrịnụ ka ala anyị dere ji, ka obodo anyị dere ji. Unu cheta na onye ọbụla rere ala lie mmadụ oliole ozu labụ. Ihe abụọ apụle n'ahụ ka anyị nyere unu onwe anyị aka. Ihe meziri emezi a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Anyị anaghị aba mba ma arịrịọ ka anyị na-arịọ unu. Ma ọ bụrụ unu na-asịkwanụ na na-agaghị elebara ihe ndị ahụ anya n'otu ọ dị na mbụ ka ọ ga-adịgide, nwanne anyị enweghị ihe ọzọ anyị ga-eme na-abụghị ime ihe kwesịrịnụ, n'ihi na anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ afọ Biafra agaghị anọ ihe eri ọba anyị. Ozi a unu na-anụ ugbu a si n'aka ndị IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, na-abịara unu n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ya nsọ. Ọ bụ ha na-akụ mgbịrịmgba maka na osisi nwa ọnwụ otu ya afọ ọ nụrụ ka ala ibe. Ndewo.
(1967) was the year, a year not to be forgotten in the history of mankind, a year of massacre, mass murder, genocide against the defenseless people of Biafra, men, women and children, while the whole world watched and get entertained with the precious blood of Biafra spilled. The world watched and did nothing. But there was a voice in the wilderness, the voice of Okokondem screaming, Omo Biafra, muru n'anya, onye ndiro gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche. The voice of Radio Biafra, the voice of the voiceless, the voice of freedom. 55 years later, Radio Biafra is still defending humanity, bringing you news, information, analysis, revealing and exposing the kingdom of darkness called the Zoo Nigeria, saturating humanity with melody, music. Radio Biafra. We will never stop until Biafra is restored and beyond Biafra restoration. Do you know why? Radio Biafra, the first, and we are the last. constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument. Welcome back once again. Of course, it is Radio Biafra. This is Hello Motherland, and I thank you all for joining us this evening for History Lesson.
Mazi.
Good evening and welcome to Constructive Argument. Thank you very much, Mazi. We need to go ahead straight. It is an hour that we have this evening. If you can take it from now to the top of the hour, Biafrans are listening. Please go ahead.
Greetings to all Biafrans. Regards to our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and we pray shortly that he be released. It's been a privilege and an opportunity to share with you the history that brought Biafra about, and we're still in the history. It's dynamic, it has not stopped, and we are therefore living the history. So before further ado, so the usual protocol for everyone respected. Thank you all for listening. So let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, strength of my Redeemer. You say. Mazi, some of the tracks you played are quite interesting. Thank you for playing this track. I was trying to sing Always Away before, which that is exactly where we were before Biafra was declared. My talk this evening will be from Aburi to the declaration of Biafra, because that's when everything unraveled. Most of you understand the Aburi Accord. Events that led to it, but after the Aburi, until the 30th of May, things moved very, very fast. And therefore, I'm going to try and unmask as much of it as possible. I was also happy listening to Assam Pity Special when you played it. It's one of those music where when you go to a party in those days, those who can't dance, so those who have 2 feet like me, and those who are sitting on the wheelchair, those who have got delay actually get up and dance. It's a wonderful time. And then the Ikenga's
Superstar.
Long Live Africa. The interesting thing about that one was when the group of Biafran soldiers, when they got out of when the war ended, they had nothing much to do, no employment, so they formed bands, and that was one of the tracks from that group. It's a party shaker, as in those days. So thank you for playing them.
It's a pleasure.
We're going back to this Aburi. What exactly happened from the 4th and 5th of January 1960s was that an attempt was made to calm nerves, to find a solution to how do you now live together in a country where a section of population have been massacred. They ran back to their villages, awaiting further instructions. They told the Ojukwu, don't go. You can't trust these people. He said, let's go this extra mile. They went there, they discussed, they came up with solutions that will save the country and unite everybody, and they tried to patch things up. At the end of the accord, Ojukwu and Gowon were eating with the same plate. Most of you will see the video. I think Gowon put a meatball in his mouth and Ojukwu picked some rice. And none of them used a long spoon or a long fork. They were eating from the same plate. So something very, very strange happened when they got back, Ojukwu to the eastern part and Gowon to Lagos. What we believe happened was that Gowon was given some strange instructions. And rather than announce as now the head of the government, remember before Aburi, Gowon was not recognized by Ojukwu as the head of the government because he had a coup At that moment in time, the Commander-in-Chief, Major General J.T. Aguirre, was missing, although we knew he was killed. He was not being declared as killed because Gowon took over power. So it was at Aburi that Gowon was conferred the actual privilege of being the supreme head of the Nigerian government by the Eastern delegation. Because up until then, the East have not recognized him. So people forget to know that. So Ojukwu had to recognize Gowon, who is if you like, has got a higher rank than Ojukwu himself in the military. But in the military, depends on the rank. Gowon rank is less than Adebayo, who was the governor of the West. He's no more than Ojukwu's one, because they're about the same. In fact, the person ruling the Navy was more superior than all of them. Yet Gowon, because of people backing him with a gun, made him the head of state. So at the gunpoint, he was made head of state, but it was at Aburi that they all agreed, including Ojukwu, that he should be pronounced the head of state. When he got back, therefore, Ojukwu couldn't announce everything that was decided at Aburi. He had to wait for Gowon to do so. On arriving, rather than announce it, Gowon gave the impression he was ill. He had a cold. He couldn't make the announcement. People were looking at Ojukwu, what did you guys discuss? Ojukwu said, well, you just have to wait. It went well, we're okay, and so on and so forth. So, days passed by, nothing happened. A few days further, nothing happened. So, Ojukwu began to think, what is going on? So this is really where Nigeria unhinged. Because what was happening at this stage was Gowon was getting instructions from his permanent secretaries and perhaps from foreign people who were advising him that this thing, if people decided that Aburi is not going to work, because it's going to be a way of dividing Nigeria, pushing them into a confederacy instead of one country united. But what they forgot was that what they decided at Aburi was a way of patching something that was broken. They are one country still, but what was decided was to have individual regions running their affairs. You can't have an Igbo person now going back to the north because Ojukwu told them to return and they were killed. You can't say that a second time. No one will listen to him. They've been chased out of Lagos. They can't go back. There's no guarantee for their safety. So there's a need for them to stay in their separate regions until temper cools. Okay? So that was what people misinterpreted as confederation. If you're running the eastern region, you're going to have a police force, your army, your area of command, you look after that area. The same for the north, the same for the west, the same for the Midwest. So that's what was agreed. And they agreed on certain formulas on how to share their revenues and resources and so on and so forth. But if you then start going back on those terms, and they're supposed to, part of the clause, if you change a clause, you have to talk to other governors of those regions, so you have concurrence. Everyone agrees. So no one is left out, no one is pushed away, there's no suspicion. So all these things was in place as a safety. And the Ojukwu's group and the rest of Nigeria's group, their secretaries, they read through the minutes of the communique, the minutes of the discussion. Ankara himself, the Ghanaian head of state, also went through it and asked them, are you people happy with this? Yes. Would you want to change anything? They said no. They signed it. Ojukwu and Gowon apparently was driven to their respective airports or planes by Ankara himself, and both of those sat in the same car. So it was very, very strange when Gowon started talking about things which was not decided and signed, gramophone, tape-recorded conversations at Aburi. So I've been emphasizing this Aburi because if Ojukwu tell people to go back to the north and they were killed, he can't say that again. He goes to Aburi and they make a statement, and then you don't agree on or honor that statement, they're not going to listen to him anymore. Remember, at this stage, there's nowhere safe to go and have a conversation or have meetings in Nigeria up until then. So it was a very strange situation. So I summarize it by pulling out a comment which Ojukwu made in when the confusion started. Gowon eventually made a statement and started retracting, changing what was published in Aburi. So Ojukwu, I just pulled this out, he said, anybody who was present at Aburi meeting and has read the minutes, the communique, the statements, verbatim report, in other words, line by line, would be surprised that a person who calls himself a head of state, now Ojukwu talking about Gowon, could so deliberately mislead accredited representatives of foreign governments by saying that the implementation of each item of the conclusions required prior detailed examination by the administrative and professional experts in the various fields. Put in a simple language, you as head of government, the highest authority in the land, have gone and made a decision. You then come back, it's like the cabinet in the UK, the government in the UK have gone somewhere, made a decision. You then come back and your permanent secretary say, no, we're not going to agree with this plan. You tell them what to do. They don't tell you what to do. And the delicate nature of the situation is such that your permanent secretary can only advise you. They can't change the content of the communique. So Gowon was saying, hiding behind the permanent secretary, he said, these people are giving us a different advice. But they're not running the country. You are. Okay. So the conclusions in Aburi were no proposals, but decisions. That's what Ojukwu is saying. They were not proposals. We're not proposing this is what we ought to do. These were decisions taken by the highest authority in the land. Okay. So this topic is called On Aburi We Stand. So if the highest authority in the land are taking decision concluded in Aburi, how can you then start changing it unilaterally? Remember, part of the content was if you change it, you have to get the concurrence. Everybody who signed the paper have to agree. You can't then change it unilaterally and expect everybody else to agree with you. So it doesn't work that way. So-called gentleman's agreement. They're officers and gentlemen. They should honor what is signed. Not that honoring it is going to devalue or put any other part of Nigeria into if you like, under bondage. By honoring it, you're respecting every part of Nigeria equally. You're not victimizing anybody. You're trying to soothe or find a balm for those who have been injured and try and alleviate their suffering. You're not there to dictate to anybody. So then he says that what happened, in fact, Ojukwu was saying, was that specific matters, namely the decrees and section of decrees to be repealed, the mechanics of army reorganization, the question of rehabilitation of refugees were referred to experts. You have made a decision, now experts, you go ahead and do it. Okay, so the meeting of the financial experts to be considered the question of rehabilitation, displaced persons, has not been held because the Ministry of Finance has not come round to doing that. Okay, the meeting would serve any useful purpose. They haven't done that. So the army experts met and reached agreement, but these were rejected. So the finance people have not met.